I've been working as a park ranger for almost 2 decades now. In that time, I've come across all kinds of people, seen all types of wildlife, and had a front row seat to both the beauty and brutality of nature. But even before I put on a uniform, before I ever thought about making a career out of working in the outdoors, there was a moment from my youth that stuck with me. Something that's never left the back of my mind. It didn't make sense then, and honestly, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense now, even after all the experience I've gained. But it made me who I am. It gave me an edge, a sharpness that I carry with me on every solo patrol and backcountry assignment. It happened when I was 15 years old. I was a Boy Scout back then, and we were on a backpacking trip deep into the Manistee National Forest in Michigan. It was summer, early July, and the days were long and humid. The forest was alive with green, thick undergrowth, moss-covered logs, ferns growing like feathers between the trees. The canopy was dense enough in places that the sunlight barely touched the ground, and in other places, it broke through in thick, golden beams. It was beautiful, but it had a way of making you feel far away from everything else, like once you stepped off the trail, you might disappear completely, and no one would ever find you. There were 10 of us on that trip, 7 scouts, 2 assistant scoutmasters, and our main scoutmaster. We'd hiked in several miles from the nearest trailhead, through old-growth woods and along the ridgeline that followed a bend of the Manistee River. That first day had been all uphill, and by the time we set up camp, everyone was tired, sunburned, and hungry. We pitched our tents in a clearing just a few dozen yards off the trail, near a small stream that trickled between mossy rocks. It was the kind of spot you could walk past and never notice unless you were looking for it. That night we had a basic dinner. Instant noodles, some trail mix, and whatever snacks the troop had packed in. I remember I sat on a flat log with my boots off, watching the light fade from the tops of the trees. The woods felt peaceful then, quiet in a way you only get far from roads and people. The sounds of the city had been replaced with the occasional crack of a branch, the chirping of crickets, and the distant call of some bird I didn't recognize. As the sky turned purple and the stars started to come out, we all crawled into our tents. I shared mine with another scout named Mark, and after a bit of whispering and rustling around in our sleeping bags, we both fell asleep. I couldn't tell you what time it was when I woke up. It was deep into the night, long after the fire had gone out and the woods had fallen into that pitch-black silence that only exists far from civilization. The noise that woke me wasn't something subtle. It was loud, sharp, and unlike anything I had heard in the woods before. At first, it was a single sound, a high-pitched wail that rose and fell like some kind of siren. My eyes popped open, heart pounding. I didn't move right away, just lay there frozen in my sleeping bag, listening. Then, as if answering that first call, came a second noise, deeper, more guttural, like a growl or a bellow, but stretched out and distorted in a way that didn't sound right. After that, the woods exploded with sound. There were shrieks, screams, whoops, and yelps, all layered on top of each other. Some were high and sharp like a child crying out, others low and drawn out like someone being dragged through gravel. It was impossible to tell how far away they were. Sometimes they sounded like they were echoing through the trees miles away. Other times like they were just beyond the thin nylon walls of our tent. I couldn't tell if I was hearing one thing or 20 different animals at once. It didn't sound like any coyote I'd ever heard, and I'd heard them plenty of times growing up in the Midwest. At one point, everything stopped, just like that, gone. And for maybe 5 or 6 seconds, there was total silence again, like the forest was holding its breath. Then came the sound of something hitting a tree. It wasn't a branch falling. I know what that sounds like. It wasn't an animal scratching or climbing either. This was a crack, a deep, solid thunk, like someone swinging a bat, hard, against a thick trunk. The sound echoed through the trees, and then it came again and again. I counted at least 5 hits before it stopped. After that, the noises started up again, not quite as loud, but just as eerie. More whooping, more of those strangled, drawn-out calls. Something about them didn't feel random. They came in bursts, in strange, broken rhythms, and always from different directions. I remember lying in my sleeping bag, staring into the black fabric of the tent, just inches from my face, trying not to breathe too loud. Mark hadn't moved, and I couldn't tell if he was awake or asleep, but I didn't want to say a word. I didn't want to unzip the tent. I didn't want to move at all. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to stay perfectly still. The noises went on like that for what felt like forever, then finally faded. Maybe they stopped completely, or maybe I eventually passed out from exhaustion. I honestly don't remember falling back asleep, but the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunlight was filtering in through the tent walls, and I could hear birds chirping outside like nothing had happened. I crawled out of the tent and looked around. Everyone was going about their normal routine, rolling up sleeping bags, lighting stoves, eating dry cereal out of Ziplocs. No one looked scared or shaken. It was as if the night had been totally uneventful. The only mention of it came from one of the assistant scoutmasters. He made a quick comment about the coyotes being noisy last night, but nothing more than that. He said it in a way that suggested it wasn't a big deal, like it was normal. But I knew what I'd heard. Those weren't coyotes. Later that day, while hiking, we came across a solo hiker heading the opposite direction. He looked tired, kind of ragged, like he hadn't slept at all. I watched as he stopped and asked something to our scoutmaster. The scoutmaster shook his head and gave short reply. I wasn't close enough to hear the exact words, but I could tell from the hiker's body language that he was frustrated. He gestured back over his shoulder, clearly agitated. After a few more words, he turned and kept walking, muttering to himself. Later, I asked one of the older scouts what the guy had said. He told me the hiker was upset because he'd been kept up all night by a group making noises in the woods near his camp. Said he thought someone was messing with him. He even shouted into the trees at one point, but the noises didn't stop. He thought it was us. That gave me chills, because we'd been miles from anyone, and everyone in our group had been in their tents, frozen with fear or pretending that nothing was happening. I never forgot that trip. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there were coyotes. Maybe some teenagers had hiked in late and were making noise. Maybe there were reasons for the sounds. I tried to explain it away, but nothing ever felt right. No explanation matched what I'd heard that night. Years later, I was sitting at home scrolling through YouTube when I came across a video titled Unexplained Noises in the Manistee National Forest. I clicked on it without even thinking, and as soon as the audio started playing, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The noises were almost identical. Those high-pitched whoops, the low moaning calls, the irregular knocking. The video had been recorded less than 10 miles from where we camped that night. I don't believe in monsters or anything like that. I've worked in forests, deserts, mountains, you name it. I've encountered just about every large animal in North America. I know what coyotes sound like, and I know how sound carries in the woods. But what I heard that night wasn't normal. And I'm not the only one who's heard it. Whatever made those noises was real. Whether it was some group of people doing something strange out in the forest, or a pack of animals acting outside their normal patterns, I don't know. But it was out there, deep in the woods, far from the road, where you don't expect to find anyone or anything. That experience is part of what pushed me to become a ranger. I wanted to understand the woods better, to be able to tell the difference between what's natural and what's not. And I've learned a lot about animals, weather, geology, human behavior. But even with all that knowledge, there are still nights when I'm on solo patrol, deep in the backcountry, and I hear something that doesn't quite make sense. When that happens, I don't jump to conclusions. I don't panic, but I listen. I pay attention to every detail, the direction the sound came from, the time of night, the wind, the temperature. I file it away just in case, because sometimes the woods talk, and not everything they say fits into a neat little box. Some things stay with you. Some things remind you that no matter how much trail you've hiked or how many maps you've memorized, there are still places in this world where the unknown is only a few trees away. And sometimes that unknown is loud. I've experienced a lot of messed up things in the woods. Working as a park ranger, especially in remote areas, means you're always walking a fine line between peace and danger. People think the forest is quiet, but it isn't. It breathes, it moves, and sometimes it watches. You can feel it. And if you're out there enough, the strange and the dangerous stop being rare and start becoming part of the job. Still, some moments stick with you. Some get under your skin and stay there. What I'm about to tell you happened most recently. It was summer of 2019, up in the Adirondacks near Warrensburg, New York. I wasn't on duty at the time. I was camping with my girlfriend and her family. But what happened that night has followed me back into the job, and I think about it every time I patrol a campsite now. Her parents had just bought a new camper the year before, sleek, comfortable, better than anything I'd ever stayed in. It was one of those newer models with the built-in bunks and small windows you could tilt open for air. We'd parked at a designated camping area not too far off a dirt access road. I knew the area already. I've been stationed in that region for a few seasons. It was popular but also wild, the kind of place where it gets pitch black at night, and if you stray even 30 feet off the trail, you might not find your way back without help. There was a small clearing with enough room for our camper, 2 tents pitched nearby, and another camper maybe 40 or 50 feet away from us. That one belonged to an older couple, quiet people stuck to themselves. It was one of those warm August nights. Heavy air, a bit muggy. Trees were thick around the site. The moonlight barely made it through. By the time night fell, we'd all eaten and settled in. My girlfriend's parents were asleep in their bed. Her younger sister was knocked out on the top bunk, and I was stretched out on the bottom bunk, still awake, staring at my phone. My girlfriend was sitting in one of the small fold-out chairs a few feet away, scrolling through her own screen. The only light in the camper was the faint glow from our phones. No music, no talking. Just the buzz of bugs outside and the occasional creak of the camper. I had cracked open the small bunk window beside me to let the air circulate. It didn't open all the way, just tilted outward a few inches. The glass was tinted pretty dark, so you couldn't see anything through it unless your face was almost pressed against it. It had rained lightly earlier that afternoon, and the gravel around the camper still held a bit of moisture. You could hear the crunch and stick of it when someone walked over it. I'd walked it enough times to recognize the sound, and later, that's what sent the first chill down my back. I was lying there, still on my phone, half scrolling, half thinking about finally going to sleep. Then I heard it. Footsteps. At first, I thought maybe it was just my girlfriend coming back into the camper, but I realized I could still hear her phone pinging from the chair a few feet away. These footsteps were coming from outside, close and getting closer. Gravel doesn't lie. You can tell the difference between a raccoon padding around or a person walking. These were slow, heavy steps, each one crunching just enough to make your ears perk up. You could tell it wasn't someone running. It was careful, like someone didn't want to make too much noise, but couldn't help the sound of the rocks under their feet. And more than anything, it was obvious, 2 feet, not 4, not fast, not random, just 2 feet, walking slowly, deliberately towards the camper. I stopped moving. I shut off my phone instantly. The glow had lit up the bunk like a little lantern, and if anyone was standing just a few inches from the window, they would have seen it. I laid there in complete silence, barely breathing, just listening. My heart was pounding so loud in my chest, I was afraid it would make noise. The footsteps came closer, slow, and steady until they stopped. Right outside my window. I didn't dare move. I didn't even blink. It was so close I felt like I could hear the weight shifting from one foot to another, but I couldn't see a thing through the window. The tent was too dark, and it was pitch black outside. I kept thinking, if they saw my phone light, if they know I'm lying here just a few inches from this window, are they going to try to get in? For a minute, maybe less, maybe more, it felt like forever. I didn't hear anything. Just the sounds of the woods around us, and my own heart beating in my ears. Then finally, the footsteps started again. But this time, they were moving away. The gravel crunched again, slowly fading in the opposite direction. I didn't move until I couldn't hear it anymore. Then I picked my phone back up and texted my girlfriend. She was already looking at her phone. She had heard the footsteps too. From where she was, she hadn't seen anything either, but she had the same instinct that someone was right outside. Just as we were quietly trying to figure out what the hell just happened, we both heard it again. But this time it was different. It was coming from the tents about 10 feet away from the camper. We heard the unmistakable sound of a zipper being pulled open. Not fast, not in a panic. Just a zipper, slowly being unzipped, followed by soft rustling. Someone or something was in those tents. The tents had been zipped up earlier when we finished eating. Nobody was staying in them overnight. They were just being used to store gear. But hearing that zipper brought a whole new wave of nerves. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't unzip tents. They tear through them or claw at them. This sound was slow, controlled, careful. I texted my girlfriend again, and she got up to wake her parents. I stayed still. I kept watching the ceiling of the camper, listening. After about 10 minutes, I heard the camper door open and her parents step outside with flashlights. They swept the area, walked the perimeter, checked the tents. Nothing. No one. They came back in and told us they didn't see anything. The tents were unzipped and gear had been moved around, but nothing was missing. There were no footprints, though that wasn't surprising. Gravel doesn't hold tracks like dirt does. Whatever or whoever had been there didn't leave anything obvious behind. Eventually, we all tried to go back to sleep. I didn't. I laid there for hours just listening. Every creak, every snap of a branch outside kept me wide awake. Around 3 a.m., the forest finally settled into that deep silence it gets right before dawn. That's when I finally let my eyes close for a bit. Next morning, I got up early. I wanted to check the site again myself. The tents were still unzipped, and some of the gear had clearly been moved. One of the coolers was open, and a bag of chips was half dumped on the ground. Nothing major, but just enough to make it clear someone had gone through them. I walked the perimeter of our site, and then a bit further out, trying to find signs, maybe cigarette butts, boot prints, and soft patches of soil, anything that would tell me who had come through. Nothing. Not a trace. The older couple in the camper next to us eventually stepped out, and I nodded at them. They looked uneasy. The man asked if we'd heard anything during the night. I told him yes. He nodded slowly, said they'd heard someone too, said it sounded like someone walking between the two campers, but when he got up and looked out the window, there was no one there. I didn't say much else. I just kept looking around. The rest of the weekend went by without anything unusual. No more footsteps, no more noises, but there was an uneasiness hanging over the site. Even the birds seemed quieter than normal. Her family still camped a bit that summer, but they never came back to that spot again. I've gone back, though, alone mostly. As part of my job, I revisited that site twice in the next season, trying to understand what happened that night. It's not uncommon for people to wander into campsites looking for things to steal. It happens more than folks realize. But this was different. Nothing was taken. No damage. Just the kind of presence that makes your skin crawl. I filed a quiet report with the district office. No official complaint. Just a heads up for any rangers assigned to that area to keep an eye out. I asked around, too, checked if anyone else had reported anything similar in the area that summer. One other ranger had heard from a group of campers farther down the road who said someone tried to open the door to their camper in the middle of the night. That was it. No one ever caught anyone. No arrests. No known trespassers. Some things you just have to file away. It becomes one more page in a mental notebook of things you've seen and can't explain. But to this day, whenever I'm assigned to night patrols or have to inspect campgrounds, I always remember that slow crunch of footsteps on gravel. And I never, ever leave my windows cracked open at night. I've worked as a ranger for years now, mostly on the western side of the U.S. through forested parks and high desert ranges. I've come across my fair share of close calls, bad weather, injured hikers, broken gear, and the occasional unpredictable animal encounter. But the 2 days I'm about to write about still stand out in my mind like fresh cuts. It's not because something supernatural happened or because I got attacked or anything like that, but because the fear was so real and so immediate, and there wasn't some neat, tidy reason for it. Just survival instinct, dread, and pure adrenaline. It reminded me how quickly the outdoors can shift on you, how small you really are out there. Last year, I was rotating through Lassen Volcanic National Park. It's a place I've always admired from a geological standpoint. Boiling mud pots, fumaroles, steam vents, and snow-capped peaks that smell faintly like sulfur and earth. It's a beautiful, active place with trails that wind around dangerous thermal features and steep mountain terrain. I've been assigned to trail maintenance and visitor reporting for a couple weeks, nothing too intense. Check signs, marked trail damage, note erosion. The work was mostly solo and gave me time to breathe and stretch out away from the main campground crowds. On one of my off days, I decided to hike a familiar out and back trail that led to a series of thermal vents tucked away in a quieter part of the park. I wasn't working that day, just out for my own purposes. Wanted to clear my head, stretch the legs, and maybe get a few good photos for my own collection. The forecast was dry and calm. I checked in at the ranger station early that morning, filled my pack with the basics: extra water, small first aid kit, bear spray, GPS, radio, basic tools, and hit the road toward the trailhead. Even before I got to the parking area, I felt this weird anxiety creeping in. It wasn't anything big, just that tight feeling in your chest like you're running late for something or forgot to lock your front door. The sky was overcast, but it wasn't stormy. Nothing looked wrong, but my stomach felt knotted and my palms were slightly damp on the steering wheel. I parked, looked around at the tree line, and took a long sip of water, trying to shake it off. I figured maybe I was just feeling the effects of the solitude. Even though I spent a lot of time alone, some days the silence feels thicker, heavier. I figure it was just one of those mornings. The trail started off smooth, winding through scattered pines and patches of dry, brittle undergrowth. Late summer, dust kicked up behind each step. I kept a steady pace and didn't see a soul for the first couple of miles. I made it to the thermal vents after about an hour and a half of easy hiking. The area is fenced off in certain spots because the ground can be unstable. There are signs everywhere warning people not to step off trail because you never know where a crust of dirt might collapse into scalding mud or steam. The smell of sulfur got thicker the closer I got, and the sound of hissing steam filled the air like a faint, constant whistle. It's beautiful in an eerie, alien kind of way. But that feeling from earlier hadn't left. If anything, it had gotten worse. My shoulders were tense the whole hike up, like I was bracing for something. Every little twig snap or bird call made me twitch a little. I told myself it was nothing, probably just one of those anxious spells your body throws at you for no good reason. But my skin felt cold under my jacket, and my breath felt shorter than it should have. I didn't stick around long at the vents. Just a few minutes to drink water, double-check my GPS, and look over the edge of the safe zone where a vent hissed steadily into the sky. There wasn't much wildlife up there. The noise and smell usually keep animals away. Still, I scanned the woods every few minutes. No movement. Eventually I turned back. The hike down was the same route. Out and back. No shortcuts. The trail's well marked and fairly obvious, but the isolation was getting to me more now. I had this gnawing sense that something was watching. I kept turning around for no reason. Nothing behind me. I chalked it up to nerves and kept walking, but every few minutes I would stop and listen. Then, just past a bend about 3 miles from the trailhead, I heard a low growl. Not loud, just deep and unmistakable. I froze on the trail instantly. My ears started to ring from the adrenaline spike. I turned slowly and looked behind me, scanning the brush, tree trunks, even the high branches in case it was a cougar. Nothing. I stood still for maybe a full minute, just listening. I took slow breaths and slid my hand toward the bear spray, clipped to my belt. I didn't want to move too fast. No more sounds. No rustling. No growl. Nothing. I eventually started walking again, slower this time, scanning every bit of trail ahead and behind. Maybe 20 minutes later, I heard the unmistakable sound of leaves rustling and small twigs snapping. It wasn't far off, maybe 40 yards tops. I slowed to a stop again and leaned slightly to get a better view through a cluster of trees. There it was. Black bear. Big one, too. It wasn't facing me. It was ahead of me and to the right, parallel to the trail, but moving in the same direction I was. It hadn't noticed me yet, or if it had, it didn't care. It just lumbered along, heavy paws pressing into the dirt and breaking deadfall like it was nothing. My mouth went dry. I didn't move, just stared. The bear wasn't acting aggressive. It wasn't sniffing the air or turning in my direction, but it was still too close for comfort. I waited until it was mostly out of sight behind a rise in the trail, then started walking again, slower than before, each step careful. I kept my eyes on the direction it had gone, listening for any sudden movement. I had the bear spray ready in one hand now. My other hand was shaking slightly. The next stretch of trail passed through a wide meadow. Once I got there, the trees opened up and I could see for longer distances in all directions. I didn't see the bear anymore. I knew I was close to being safe, but I also knew 2 miles still stood between me and my car. Once I hit the edge of that meadow and was confident the bear wasn't in sight, I started running. Not full sprint, but fast and steady. My boots pounded the dirt, lungs burning almost instantly. The fear kicked in hard again, because even though I couldn't see the bear anymore, my brain wouldn't let go of the idea that it might have turned, might be following, might be faster than I thought. I didn't stop running until I could see the trailhead. I got to my truck, yanked the door open, and sat there for a second trying to catch my breath. My hand was still shaking. I didn't see the bear again. I didn't hear anything else. But I still started the truck and left that trail behind like something was chasing me. I drove straight to a different part of the park, closer to the visitor center, where the trails are more populated and everything feels less wild. I spent the rest of the day walking through crowded areas. I didn't go back to that thermal vent trail for the rest of the season. Now, that wasn't the only time I felt that kind of fear in the woods. A few months later, I had a day off and decided to visit an old place down in Niles Canyon, Secret Sidewalk. It's a crumbling old aqueduct, not officially a park or anything. People know about it through word of mouth. A lot of folks go up there to hang out or explore, and sometimes people tag the concrete or mess around at night. It's kind of a local curiosity, not much else. Not patrolled or regulated much. I went with a friend that afternoon. We climbed up to the sidewalk and walked the full length of it, past where the city had started to demolish the far end. The old concrete was cracked and overgrown with weeds, but we made it to the end without much trouble. Took some photos, looked out over the hillside. Dry scrub and oaks surrounded us in all directions. Seemed peaceful. On the way back, though, something didn't feel right. We were halfway along the crumbling stretch when we both stopped dead. A loud crash, leaves and branches snapping, maybe 20 or 30 feet downslope through the brush. It sounded big, real big. We stood still. Neither of us said anything. The noise was thick and fast, like something moving through the undergrowth with force. Not a squirrel, not a raccoon. Whatever it was, it had weight. My mind went straight to mountain lion or bear, but I stopped myself. That canyon isn't known for large animals. It's too close to residential areas. But it wasn't human sounding either. Not footsteps, not voices, just heavy movement, like something huge was pushing its way through the brush, uncaring of the noise. Then it stopped, dead quiet. I scanned the hillside but saw nothing. The brush was too thick in that direction. I didn't feel safe. My instincts were on full alert, every part of me screaming to leave. So we did. Fast. We didn't run, but we didn't talk either. Just walked quickly back to where we climbed up and got back to the car. I thought about it later that night. Maybe it was a person. Maybe someone living out there in the brush. There were known homeless camps in the area, but none that deep and none that I'd heard moving like that. It didn't sound like a person walking. It sounded more like something crashing through. I've hiked thousands of miles through parks all over the West. I've had grizzlies in my rear view and thunderheads roll over me like freight trains. But I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years, most of it in Southern California, mostly patrolling the foothills and the outer boundaries of Los Angeles. There's a lot of ground to cover out here, between the sprawling parks and the forgotten places tucked away in the hills. Some of those places aren't marked on official maps anymore, left to rot or disappear into brush and time. One of those places is the old Los Angeles Zoo. It's not a secret or anything. It's technically still part of Griffith Park. The old cages and crumbling enclosures are still up there, overgrown with weeds and vines. People know about it, locals mostly. Teenagers go up there to drink or scare each other, or just say they've done it. It's not officially open, but no one really patrols it heavily. I've been up there a few times for routine checks or to clear out trash left by squatters or kids. That's all it's supposed to be, a broken zoo in a quiet canyon. A few years ago, I had a stretch of days off and was spending time with a group of friends. We all knew each other through work or mutual hiking trips, and one evening, we decided to do something stupid. That's how most of these stories start, right? You get cocky. You think it'll be fun or nothing will happen. So when someone suggested a night hike to the old zoo, none of us really hesitated. There were 7 of us total. I won't name names, but we were all guys, all in our 20s or early 30s, and all either worked in parks or had done a lot of backcountry hiking. We weren't exactly urban explorers, but we weren't green either. It was mid-October, dry season in Los Angeles. The sun dipped down earlier, and the nights had started getting cold again. We packed light, flashlights, some water, phones with extra battery packs, just in case. One guy had a small first aid kit, another carried a knife. We weren't expecting trouble, but we weren't stupid. We started the hike around 8 p.m. The trail up the canyon wasn't particularly hard, but it wasn't a walk in the park either. The ground was dusty and dry, and the hillside dropped off steeply in places. The path got tighter the further in you went, winding between low-hanging trees and brush that had pushed in over the years. We didn't see anyone else on the trail, which wasn't surprising. Most people didn't bother with the hike unless they were trying to prove something. The first part of the hike was uneventful. A couple of owls overhead, some rustling in the underbrush. We saw a few rabbits scatter across the trail, eyes glowing in our flashlights. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. If anything, it was peaceful. The city lights behind us faded as we got deeper into the canyon, and the sound of traffic disappeared under the quiet of the trees. We got about an hour and a half in, maybe a little more, when things started to feel off. Not haunted house off, just different. The temperature dropped a little faster than I expected. My breath fogged up, even though we weren't that high in elevation. The air got heavier. Still, I didn't say anything. None of us did. Maybe we were all trying to keep the mood light. Eventually, we reached the old access road that wraps around to the cages. It's not wide, maybe 6 feet across at most. It cuts along the canyon wall, and on the other side, there's a steep drop into brush and rocks. We switched to single file to move along the edge. That's when the flashlights started acting up. One by one, our beams started flickering. Mine dimmed, then sputtered back to life. The guy behind me cursed under his breath when his went out completely. No one panicked, but I could feel the group tighten up. We all had phone lights as backup, so we pulled those out and kept going. Still, it was odd. My flashlight was new. I'd used it the week before on a night patrol. It held charge fine. There was no reason it should have flickered. We kept walking. The trail narrowed again as we got close to the old holding cages, places where they kept animals temporarily. You can still see the rusted bars sticking out of the hillside. We slowed down as we moved past them. The air smelled different, kind of metallic and stale, like dust and old blood. It's hard to describe. I've been around a lot of old buildings and facilities, but this was something else. There was no breeze, just that smell and the crunch of dirt under our boots. Then the guy in front of the line stopped. We almost bumped into each other from the sudden halt. He didn't say anything, but he raised his hand slightly. The rest of us froze. I looked over his shoulder and saw it too. There was a man standing in the path about 15 feet ahead of us. He wasn't moving, just standing there, dressed in all white. White pants, white long coat, white hat. Not bright white. It looked dusty and old, like it had been hanging in a closet for decades. His face was mostly covered, maybe with a scarf or a high collar, I don't know. His eyes were downcast. I couldn't see his expression. The trail was so narrow, there was nowhere to go. Our backs were against the canyon wall, and the drop-off on the other side was steep enough to make your legs lock up. The man started walking toward us. He didn't say anything. He didn't look up. He just walked. No flashlight. No phone. Nothing. He brushed past us like we weren't even there. I felt the air shift as he passed. I turned to look back, but the darkness swallowed him almost immediately. His steps were soft but deliberate, echoing slightly on the rock. No one said anything, but I knew what we were all thinking. That man wasn't supposed to be up here. Not dressed like that. Not that time of night. There were no turnoffs behind us, no other trails, and the route ahead just curved up to the abandoned enclosures in a dead end. Wherever he came from, we didn't see it. We stood there for another minute before someone quietly turned around and started heading back. We all followed. No one wanted to stay. No one wanted to find out what else might be ahead. The hike back down was tense. We kept looking over our shoulders. Every snap of a twig or rustle in the brush made us flinch. The air stayed cold the entire way, and my phone light started acting up too, flickering, dimming, then coming back. I checked the battery, 70%. Nothing made sense. By the time we reached the bottom of the canyon and got back to the trailhead, it was well past midnight. The parking area was empty, except for our 2 cars. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. As we approached the vehicles, we saw something strange, tiny lights moving around the cars. At first, I thought they were bugs reflecting the light, but they moved too fast, too smooth, circling the vehicles like they were floating. A couple of the guys pointed, but the moment they did, the lights vanished. Just blinked out. Gone. I don't know what we saw. Could have been dust in our eyes, but it didn't feel that way. We got in our cars and left. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying what we saw. The man, the silence, the lights. I thought maybe I'd wake up and realize I imagined it. But when I talked to one of the guys the next day, he described it all the same way I remembered it. I've never gone back to that trail. Not because I believe in ghosts or anything like that. I don't. But something about that night stuck with me. Maybe it was the isolation. Maybe it was the way our gear failed without explanation. Or maybe it was that man, walking with perfect confidence through a place no one should have been. I've worked in the wild for most of my adult life. I've seen mountain lions, bears, injuries, missing hikers. But nothing ever shook me like that night. Because it wasn't about what we saw. It was what we didn't understand. The complete lack of logic. That's what sticks with you. That's what you take home. People think being scared means screaming or running. But real fear, the kind that sits in your chest like a stone, doesn't come from monsters or ghosts. It comes from seeing something that doesn't fit. Something you can't explain. Something that shouldn't be there, but is. That's why I'll never go back to that trail again. Not because I think I'll see that man in white again, but because I can't explain him. And sometimes, not knowing is worse than anything else. I wasn't a park ranger back then. I didn't even know I'd ever want to be one. That came years later, but I think it started here. This trip, this moment. Some experiences grab you and don't let go. They stay inside you like a splinter buried deep under your skin, something that you forget about for years until one day it swells up and aches, reminding you it's still there. My buddy Mike and I had just graduated high school in Phoenix, Arizona. We didn't care much about the usual parties or big summer plans. He was always the more outdoors of one, and I wasn't far behind. We've been hiking since we were kids, always pushing ourselves a little further each time, getting into deeper, hotter, tougher country. We thought we were tough. We were stupid. We heard about Tanner Trail online from an old hiking forum that had a reputation for separating the weekend warriors from the real desert rats. The trail was listed as extremely difficult, poorly maintained, and dangerous in summer. That was enough for us. That's what we wanted. A challenge. Something memorable. We didn't tell our parents the whole truth about the trail, just that it was a hike down to the Colorado River and back. Though we had good gear and a plan, we made it sound safer than it was. And to be fair, we did plan. We brought tons of water, filtration tablets, food, headlamps, first aid kits, even a flare gun. We trained by doing desert hikes with loaded packs. We thought we were ready. We weren't. We set out in late June. That was our first mistake. You think you know heat until you walk down a narrow canyon trail with the sun bouncing off the rock walls and no wind at all. The kind of heat that doesn't just make you sweat, it makes your bones feel dry. You breathe it in like it's smoke. The trail started at La Pond Point on the south rim. There was a sign and a warning, but nothing official stopping people. Just a trailhead with a dirt parking lot and a narrow path that started out fairly tame. We stepped off the edge and started the descent. At first it was just hard work. Loose rock, narrow switchbacks, no shade. We moved slowly. The views were incredible, of course. Layer after layer of ancient rocks stretching out forever. That strange mix of deep silence and distant rushing wind that the canyon has. Every time we turned a bend, we saw something new. Twisted trees clinging to the edges of cliffs, lizards darting across the path, rock formations that looked like frozen waves. But the deeper we got, the quieter it got. Not just from the lack of people, though that was part of it. We didn't see another soul the entire day. The silence was something else. Heavier, like the canyon was absorbing sound. No birds, no insects. Even the wind seemed to fall off the further we went. The trail itself was hard to follow in places. Sometimes it was clear, sometimes it vanished into scree and dry washes. We had to backtrack a few times. There were no signs, no cairns, nothing official. Just faint foot trails and a general sense of direction. Down. By the afternoon, the temperature had gone past brutal. We stopped often, drank small sips, kept an eye on the sun. The last few miles were along what looked like a dry creek bed, probably Tanner Creek. It was mostly fine gravel and scattered boulders, winding slowly toward the river. We were both fried by then, sunburned, half dehydrated, legs aching. And then we saw it, the Colorado. Even from 100 yards out, it didn't look like the wide, lazy river you see in postcards. It looked alive, violent. The water was thick and brown and fast. The rapids were white and foaming in places. The current moved with real weight, slamming into rocks and curving around sandbars with that loud, constant roar that gets into your skull. We rounded a bend in the dry creek and saw him. He was standing on a flat rock at the edge of the river. His back was to us. He was throwing something overhand into the water, again and again. At first I thought he was skipping stones, but when we got closer, we could see it was a ball. Bright red, rubber looking. A racquetball. He'd throw into the rapids, and the current would grab it, pull it maybe 10 or 15 feet downstream. Then somehow it would bounce off a rock and curve back. Not all the way to him, but close enough that he could step down and grab it before throwing it again. He never looked at us. Didn't turn around. Just kept throwing. The man didn't belong there. That was the first thing I felt. Something about the way he stood, too still, too calm. The way he was dressed. Faded denim, shirt tucked into jeans, dark boots. Long black hair hanging straight down his back. If I had to describe him in one sentence, I'd say he looked like an actor from a Western movie who had stepped off set and into the real world. Lou Diamond Phillips and Young Guns came to mind. We said hi. He mumbled something, maybe. He didn't seem surprised to see us. Didn't ask who we were or where we came from. He just turned and walked downstream, moving with slow, steady steps. We watched him disappear around the bend, the racquetball in his hand. Neither of us said much. We were too wiped out to think straight. We kept walking upstream, found a flat spot under some mesquite trees, set up camp, and cooked dinner. That night, we couldn't sleep. It wasn't the heat. It had dropped a little by then. It wasn't noise. We were alone out there. It was something else. That feeling of wrongness that crept in around the edges of your thoughts when you're exhausted and vulnerable. We kept thinking about that man. How to get down there. There was no boat, no gear, no pack, no footprints ahead of us. No signs anyone else had been on the trail. We would have seen him if he had passed us. And how did he know what the ball would do in the water? That trick, the way it came back, like he'd done it 1,000 times before. Like the river itself was helping him. I lay awake most of the night, staring up at the canyon walls glowing under the moonlight. Thinking. We packed up early the next day. Neither of us said much. We hiked out in silence. The climb back up was 10 times harder. The sun hit early, and the whole canyon felt like it was pressing down on us. We rationed water, stopped often. I had to fight nausea more than once. At one point, I blacked out for a second and came to with Mike shaking me. We made it out just before sunset. We never saw the man again. We checked the trail register at the top. Only our names were there. No one had signed in for days before us. We asked around at a ranger station near the entrance a day later, just casually, about whether anyone had reported being down on Tanner Trail. They said no. Years passed. I went to college. Mike moved to Colorado. Life went on, but the memories stayed. Years later, when I was in the middle of training to become a park ranger, I revisited the Tanner Trail. It had been partially wiped out by a landslide by then. Dangerous even for experienced rangers. The spot where we camped was gone, buried under tons of broken rock. But the river was still there. and I stood at the edge for a long time, watching the current, listening. In the water, I saw it, just once a flash of red. Could have been nothing, just a trick of light. Or maybe something was still there, doing the same thing it always had. Not a ghost, not a spirit, just something that didn't care if it was noticed or not. Something that belonged to the canyon more than we ever could. We were just visitors. That man, whatever he was, whoever he was, he wasn't. And I think he knew we'd remember. We did. We always will. When I was younger, my family used to own a small hunting camp deep in the outskirts of Powers, Michigan. If you've ever driven through there, you'll know just how empty and quiet those back roads get. Nothing but trees, gravel paths, and the occasional rusted mailbox nailed to a leaning wooden post. The camp was a hand-built log cabin my grandfather and uncle put together sometime in the 70s. No electricity except for a portable generator that only got used during deer season. No indoor plumbing, no heating system besides an old cast iron wood stove, and no phone service unless you drove a few miles toward town. You got the picture. The camp sat on a small clearing surrounded by thick pine, birch, and maple. It had a creek not far behind it, and a collapsed old shed we were told never to go near because it was rotting. The cabin was used mostly during fall hunts or the odd late summer visit when someone wanted to check on things. But one year, my dad decided it would be a good idea to spend spring break up there instead of somewhere warm like we usually did. I was around 14, maybe 15. My sister was younger by a few years. My mom didn't come, said she wanted time to herself, which looking back now might have been her polite way of saying she didn't want to spend a week boiling creek water to wash dishes and using an outhouse in 30-degree weather. So it was just me, my dad, and my little sister packed into his old red Suburban with sleeping bags, canned food, a few jugs of water, and our spring jackets. I remember him being excited, like this was going to be a good bonding experience for us. For him, it probably brought back memories of growing up here. For me, it was cold, boring, and smelled like mildew and mouse droppings. The air always had that musty, sour smell when we first opened the place up for the season. A couple mice always found their way inside during the winter months, and we'd find droppings on the counters or shredded paper in the corners where they built nests. The inside of the cabin was one open room, with a ladder going up to a loft that spanned maybe half the ceiling space. The loft had a few twin mattresses laid across the floor, a couple dusty wool blankets, and not much else. Downstairs was the kitchen area with a propane stove, a wood stove in the middle of the room, a rickety dining table, and a couple of recliners that looked like they hadn't moved since the 80s. The first couple of days were uneventful. Cold nights, early mornings cooking beans and hot dogs over the fire pit. The creek out back was still half frozen, but the air was slowly warming up during the days. I spent most of my time walking the trails behind the cabin or playing games on my old iPod Nano. This was back in 2008, so no smartphones yet, at least not for me. I had Snake, Solitaire, Brick Breaker, and a handful of downloaded songs I'd listened to while pacing around in boots that didn't fit right. At night, we'd all head up to the loft with flashlights. There were no lanterns, so we used headlamps or clip-on lights to see. The first 2 nights were okay, if not a little creepy. The woods are a different kind of quiet after sunset. Every creak of a branch or rustle in the leaves becomes something you can't explain. But nothing too bad. My dad and sister would fall asleep almost immediately. My sister had this loud, whistling snort even at that age, and my dad slept like a rock. The kind of person you could shake and they wouldn't wake up. I, on the other hand, was always the light sleeper. I'd lie there on that old mattress, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around me, watching the light from the dying fire below flicker against the wooden ceiling beams. I'd usually wait until I was sure they were asleep, then pull out the iPod and play Brick Breaker or scroll through my music. I still remember the screen. It glowed that soft blue, and I had to turn the brightness all the way down so it didn't feel like a flashlight in the dark. It was the third night when things got strange. I remember it clearly because I couldn't sleep at all. My sister and dad were both snoring, one of them wheezing through their nose and the other sounding like a chainsaw with a loose chain. It was loud, bouncing around that loft space with nothing to absorb the noise. I had my earbuds in and was laying there watching the screen, switching between games, just trying to kill time until I got tired enough to pass out. Then I felt this low vibration, like a buzz, not in my pocket or from the iPod, but in the air through the floorboards. The wood under my back trembled, soft at first, then harder. I sat up and paused the music. The buzzing grew louder, and the walls themselves began to hum. Not like they were creaking from wind or shifting, like they were reacting to something outside. I looked over at my dad and sister, but they didn't move, still snoring. I stood up slowly and walked across the loft toward the small skylight above. It was just a rectangle of glass set into the roof, maybe 2 feet wide. I looked up, expecting to see a plane or maybe even a chopper, because the buzzing was something you might expect from an engine or motor. But there was nothing like that. Instead, the entire window was glowing. Not white, not orange like firelight. This strange, shifting mix of colors. Blues, purples, yellow, and green, almost like oil on water but brighter. Imagine the flicker of an old CRT television turned up to max brightness and placed right against the glass. It had that same sort of rainbow shimmer you'd see when a transformer exploded, that high-voltage electric flash, but it wasn't going away. It wasn't flickering. It was just there, steady, pulsing slightly like it was getting closer. I froze. My legs locked up under me. That window was maybe 10 feet above the ground, and it looked like whatever was glowing was right up against it. I couldn't see any shape behind the light, just those colors and that buzz. I panicked. I didn't know what else to do, so I grabbed the nearest pillow and threw it at my dad. He stirred, mumbled, turned over, and the second he did, the light vanished. Gone just like that. The buzzing stopped like someone hit a switch. The walls stopped vibrating. The glass above me turned dark again, showing only a reflection of the room behind me and a few dim stars beyond that. I stood there for a long time, heart thudding in my ears. My mouth was dry. I didn't wake anyone else up. I just stood there, staring up, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. Eventually, I lay back down and didn't sleep at all. The next day, I walked around the cabin looking for anything. Burn marks, footprints, tire tracks, maybe a broken tree branch or some sign of something being nearby. But there was nothing. The ground was still covered in that late winter mud, a little crusty from the night frost, and there were no marks besides our own. I kept it to myself. I told myself maybe it was a dream. Maybe I fell asleep with the iPod in my hand and imagined the whole thing. But I couldn't shake the way it made the walls shake. That wasn't something I could explain away. Years passed, and that memory stayed with me. When I got older, I went into forestry and eventually became a park ranger. I figured if I spent enough time in the woods, I'd either find something that explained it, or I'd finally let it go. But strange things still happen. The deeper you go into remote land, especially the parts no one visits, you start seeing lights at night. Sometimes it's just atmospheric stuff. Sometimes it's poachers using illegal gear. Sometimes it's planes or weather balloons or even drones now. But every once in a while, I'll be walking through some remote part of the forest and I'll hear that buzz again. Low, steady, not loud enough to prove anything, just enough to stop me in my tracks. I always look up and I never see anything. But that sound, I know it when I hear it. And I don't think it was a dream. Not then, and not now. I started working in forest management out of college because I didn't want an office. I didn't want a cubicle. I wanted pine needles in my boots, campfire smoke in my clothes, and the kind of job that meant you could hear yourself think. Over time, I moved into seasonal ranger work. A few years of that, and I landed a more permanent job with a federal agency I won't name here. Not because I'm scared, but because I'm tired. I've seen a lot of strange things in the forest. Most of them can be explained, but some can't, and I've learned to leave them alone. M.T. Adams and the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State has always been a place that gives me pause. I never liked overnighting up there. Something about it has always felt off. It's not the terrain. The forest is beautiful, the trails well cut, and the creeks run clean and cold. But there's a weight to the air, especially at night. Like something's watching, always from just beyond the reach of your headlamp. I felt that 100 times. I know the difference between natural fear and the kind you can't name. I didn't tell my boyfriend that when I suggested we camp there. This was a few years ago. We hadn't been dating long. He was a straight arrow skeptic, science teacher, thought everything had an explanation if you looked hard enough. I respected that, but I knew there were things he hadn't seen. Yet, it was my idea to camp in a dispersed area near MT Adams. Not one of the busy campgrounds with fire rings and RVs and paved paths. No, I want to take him out to one of the sites that don't show up on the visitor maps. The ones you find if you work in the field and you listen to what other rangers don't say out loud. We packed light, but enough for a cold night. No phones, just a 2-person tent, propane stove, and some gear. I didn't tell him why I picked that spot. I only said it had a reputation. That got his attention. We got up there late afternoon. There was no one around. I parked the truck off a Forest Service road, right at a pull-off I knew about from an old coworker. The trees were tall and tight there, second growth, but the site opened up into a clearing that had a clear view of the southern sky through a break in the tree line. I'd seen things there before. Lights in the sky. Fast, deliberate movement. Not planes. Not satellites. Not drones. I never said they were aliens. I just said I didn't know what they were. That night we made a fire, cooked some foil-wrapped food, and watched the light disappear from the woods. It was dead quiet. No wind. No night sounds at first, which was strange. Then came the crickets and frogs, slow and late, like they'd been waiting for something. I didn't say much, just listened to the forest, let him soak in the darkness. Around 10 p.m., we started seeing lights in the sky. Small, sharp points of white that appeared where there had been nothing, zipped across the stars, then blinked out. One by one, then 2 at a time. Sometimes they'd fly side by side and merge. Sometimes they'd separate and shoot in opposite directions. It lasted about 20 minutes. He watched in silence. When it was done, he looked at me and just said, "Yeah, I have no idea what that was." It was satisfying hearing that. We stayed the night. Didn't sleep much. Something walked around our tent just before dawn. Heavy footfalls. 2 legs, not 4. I laid still with my hand on my knife the whole time, heart pounding, eyes wide open. He thought it might be a bear. I knew better. Bears don't walk like that. A few months later, we went camping again, but this time with his dad and stepdad. Both men had long careers in land management. One with the Forest Service, one with BLM. We ended up around a fire outside Trout Lake, swapping stories like people do. I didn't bring up MT Adams, but when I said we'd been camping in that area, his stepdad, a man not known for exaggeration, got quiet for a second. Then he said that MT Adams had been his beat for years. So they were supposed to be out there looking for camp thieves once. Said they never caught any thieves, but saw a lot of strange lights in the sky. And he told a story I still think about. It was the early 80s. He and his partner had gotten word of illegal logging up in one of the more remote parts of the forest. Not like a guy with a chainsaw taking down a tree or 2. This was full-scale lumber theft. Trees felled and taken out in the dead of night. The weird part was that no one ever saw the trucks come in or out. No tracks, no cut fences, no open gates. Just stumps, gone trees, and not a single trace of Hal. So he and his partner did a stakeout. No lights, no radio chatter, no movement. They backed their service truck into a thicket well off the road, deep in the bush. Sat there in complete silence for over an hour. Nothing but trees behind them, thick forest for miles. Then suddenly, with no warning, an intense wall of light lit up everything behind them. Not headlights, not spotlight. It was so bright that it threw their shadows in front of them, clear on the truck. They could see the shape of the antenna, the mirrors, every contour of the metal. Then, just as quickly, the light was gone. Silence returned. No sound of an engine, no rustling, no footsteps, nothing. Just dark woods again. He never found out what it was. Said it was one of the few things in his career he couldn't explain. And he didn't seem like the kind of man to make things up. There was no need for drama in his life. It shook him, even decades later. That story stuck with me. I couldn't let it go. I went back a few weeks later. Alone. Took my truck, drove up past the sites we had camped at earlier. Farther in, deep forest. Logging roads that hadn't been maintained in years. I parked at an old service gate and walked in with just a pack and some gear. I had a thermal scope, one of the older ones we used during wildfire patrols, a hand crank radio, and a map from the old days, one with roads that don't exist anymore. I wanted to see what that place felt like at night, alone. I got to a ridge just before sunset, overlooked a flat stretch of forest where they used to do controlled thinning. Old stumps, lots of regrowth. But what caught my eye was a clearing that didn't match the terrain. It was too clean. No slash piles, no down limbs, no saplings. Just packed dirt. No trail to it either. I marked down my map. I waited there until nightfall. The forest got quiet fast, like it was holding its breath. I lay still under a camo tarp, just behind a fallen log. Pulled the thermal scope up every now and then, scanning the tree line. Nothing at first. Then around 1 a.m., I saw lights. They came low, just above the canopy, moving slow. Not the darting ones we'd seen before. These were steady, white, silent. 1, then 2, then 3, hovering in a rough triangle. Then they blinked out one by one. No sound, no movement after that. The forest stayed dead quiet. Around 3 a.m., I heard a low hum. Not loud. You could feel it more than hear it. Like a subwoofer, but from underground. My gear rattled slightly in the dirt. The ground didn't shake, but my bones did. That's the best way I can describe it. I stayed frozen until dawn. When light broke, I hiked down to that odd clearing. I took soil samples. The dirt was hard-packed, smooth. No tire tracks, no animal prints. No leaves. Just bare earth, like something heavy had been sitting there. But there was no sign of fire or cutting. Just absence. I turned to leave and noticed something strange. About 20 yards away, in a copse of young trees, the trunks were scorched. A ring, blackened bark at shoulder height. Not like lightning. A full circle, about 15 feet wide. And dead center, nothing grew. Not even moss. It was bone dry in a rainforest. I reported it casually to a contact still in the service. He shrugged it off, said maybe it was a burn pit from a logging crew. But I know what those look like. This wasn't that. This was precise, deliberate, clean. Weeks went by. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went back again. Same spot. This time I brought trail cams. Not regular ones. Infrared, low-power units with motion triggers. I set up 4 of them around the clearing. Buried them low, covered in bark and moss. I stayed a full 48 hours, sleeping in short bursts, watching the sky, listening to the ground. Second night, just past 2 a.m., the hum came back. This time louder, vibrating my ribs. I didn't see lights, but I felt pressure. Like the air got thicker, heavier. My ears popped. The cams didn't trigger. In the morning, I hiked to the cams. 2 were dead. Batteries full, but no data. One had recorded for 12 hours, then static. The last one, the farthest from the clearing, had 1 clip. Just one. It was 34 seconds long. It showed the clearing, still quiet, just early dusk. Then the image blurred, warped like heat waves in the air. A shape appeared for 2 frames. Just 2. Something black. Angular. Not a person. Not a vehicle. No sound. Then static. I showed it to my contact. He said it was probably a glitch. Deleted it off his laptop right there. No backup. I stopped going after that. Whatever I was close to, I didn't want to be any closer. I think about that night sometimes. About the lights. About the black trucks his stepdad saw. The missing lumber. The rings in the forest where nothing grows. The lights that don't move like anything we know. The silence that falls too quick. I worked for the Forest Service and National Park System long enough to understand the woods. At least, that's what I used to think. The Mogollon Rim has a way of humbling you. It stretches across a wide swath of Arizona, but not the dry, cactus-filled Arizona most people imagine. No, this was the wet, high-elevation part, closer in feel to the Pacific Northwest than the Sonoran Desert. The elevation where I went in was around 7,500 feet. This wasn't a casual hike. I was solo, carrying everything I needed on my back. Food, shelter, GPS, topo maps, a satellite communicator, even a small weather meter clipped to my shoulder strap. I was several miles from any trailhead. There were no clear paths, only fading game trails and long closed fire access roads that had all but vanished under years of overgrowth. My job was to inspect some remote areas that had once been reported to host illegal pot grows, back in the early 2000s when that kind of thing was more common. Most of those operations had long since dried up, and the Forest Service had shut down the known ones. But we occasionally checked these backcountry pockets, just to be safe. This was one of those trips. I backpacked in with a permit, my GPS tracks planned, and enough supplies for 4 days. My radio wouldn't work in this kind of terrain, so my satellite communicator was my only way to check in with the outside world. And even though it was spotty beneath the thick canopy of firs, pines, and maple. On the first night, I found a bench a wide, mostly level ledge of ground above a narrow, trickling creek. These benches are usually formed from ancient sediment deposits or eroded rock, and this one was about the size of a good living room. It had a steep, brush-covered cliff behind it that no human or animal could move through without snapping branches or sending rocks tumbling down. In front of me was the drop-off, a good 20 feet down, undercut by years of flash flooding that had gouged out the rock. You couldn't see the creek unless you got on your stomach and leaned over the edge. It was perfect in a practical sense. Safe, hard to approach, no sign of other recent campers, hikers, or human activity. But it didn't feel right. I told myself that was just the silence. The kind of silence that feels thick like pressure on your ears. No birds, no bugs, no breeze. Just the distant sound of trickling water, soft and far away like a leak in a distant pipe. That first night, I set up my small one-man tent right in the middle of the bench. I'd cleared out the wild strawberry vines and ferns, making a clean patch with my trowel. The ground was spongy from recent rain, but not wet enough to worry about. I cooked a simple meal on my stove, some freeze-dried pasta and a little jerky, and then tried to send a check-in message to my family. I had to walk about 20 feet toward the cliff edge and hold the device up in the air for 5 full minutes before the message sent. That should have been a red flag. I'd done solo patrols before, and I knew how important communication was. If something happened out there, I'd be my only backup. It got dark fast. Thick clouds moved in just after sundown. New moon, no stars. The tree cover was dense. Massive pines and broadleaf maples rising up around me like the walls of a cathedral. I zipped up in my sleeping bag and listened to nothing. Absolute silence. I didn't realize how strange that was until about an hour later. Normally, even in remote areas, you'll hear something, maybe the distant croak of a frog, the whine of a mosquito, the shuffle of something small in the leaves. But not here. I lay there, eyes open in the pitch black, waiting to hear something. Anything. I started counting my own breaths. I even held my breath at one point, just to hear if anything else was out there. All I could hear was the faint pulse of blood in my ears. That trickling creek seemed 100 miles away now. I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was light. A bright white light. My tent lit up like someone was shining a spotlight right at it from only a few feet away. Not flickering, not moving, just blinding and pure. I thought I was dreaming at first. Then I blinked, sat up, and realized it wasn't going away. I scrambled for my knife and flashlight. I unzipped the tent as fast as I could and lunged out, expecting to see someone standing there. The light vanished the moment I broke through the tent flap. I stood there, breathing hard, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I turned off my light and listened. Not a sound. If someone had approached from the game trail, I would have heard them. There's no sneaking up that path without making a racket. Loose stones, snapping twigs, shifting brush. But I hadn't heard a thing. I scanned the woods again and again with the flashlight, even moved toward the trail a bit to look for tracks. Nothing. Then about 30 yards off through the trees, I saw it again. Not the spotlight, just a faint white glow. No shape, no beam, just a soft flicker like the light from a dying fire, except pure white. I thought maybe it was someone's lantern, but it didn't move like one. It was more like a glow hanging in the air, shifting with the mist. Then it disappeared. Still no sound, no wind, no movement in the trees. I waited a long time. I walked the perimeter of the bench twice. I even checked the cliff edge, carefully looking down to make sure someone hadn't fallen or was hiding in the brush below. Nothing. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat there on my foam pad with my back against the tent and waited for dawn. Still no bugs. No birds. No rustling leaves. Just that distant trickling sound and the soft ringing of silence in my ears. By morning, the light was gray and dull. Overcast sky. Still no sound from the forest. Not even a morning bird song that usually starts before sunrise. I packed up fast. I walked down the game trail slowly, checking for fresh footprints or broken branches. Nothing was out of place. No sign anyone had been there. No tire tracks, no wrappers, no bent grass or shifted logs. I hiked most of the day, taking a different route back than the one I came in on. I knew I wasn't going to sleep out here again. My map showed a small ranger service cabin about 8 miles east on the edge of a burned-out area from a fire 5 years earlier. It wasn't used often anymore, but I had the keys and figured I'd make it there by late afternoon. I kept glancing over my shoulder during the hike, not because I thought someone was following me, but because it felt like something should be. The woods never came back to life. That whole stretch, miles of ferns, moss, old ponderosa trunks, was dead quiet. My boots hitting the trail were the only sounds. I even clapped a few times just to hear something echo back. Nothing did. When I got to the cabin, it was exactly how I remembered. Musty, half-rotted, but it had a cot, a roof, and a stove. I locked the door and sat by the window for a while, looking out toward the tree line. Still no birds, no wind, just a whisper of pine needles falling one by one onto the metal roof. I spent the night at that cabin. Nothing happened. I left the next morning and hiked the remaining distance back to my truck, which I'd parked near a locked gate on a closed service road. It had been untouched. That bench, though, where I camped the first night, it stayed in my mind. I've been out in the field a lot since then, in other parts of Arizona, and even in Oregon and Washington. I've heard cougars scream, stumbled on fresh bear kills, even crossed paths with armed squatters once in the middle of nowhere. But none of those things left the kind of cold, silent imprint that bench did. It wasn't supernatural. I don't believe in that. But something about that spot was wrong. The vegetation was too dense for cattle or elk to pass through. The silence wasn't just natural. It felt forced, like the whole place was holding its breath. I've thought about it a lot. Maybe there was an underground gas pocket. Maybe some odd electromagnetic field from the rock formations. Maybe an old spill that sterilized the soil decades ago. I've researched it. Found nothing. I never filed a formal report. What would I write? Bright light seen, no source found. Area unusually silent. Nobody would take that seriously. I didn't hallucinate it. I wasn't tired. I hadn't been drinking. The GPS recorded the location, though I haven't shared the coordinates with anyone. I did tell my supervisor I wouldn't be volunteering for Mogollon Rim backcountry patrols anymore. I gave him a list of reasons. Terrain too unstable, high risk of flash flooding, difficult communication. All true, but that's not why. I've been alone in the woods hundreds of times, sometimes for weeks. You get used to the idea that you might be watched, that predators might be nearby, that people might be hiding out. That comes with the job. But being somewhere that feels like it isn't part of the world anymore, that feels hollow, somehow empty of life, that's something else. I never camped on that bench again. I never will. Some places just don't want you there. And sometimes they let you know. I became a park ranger because I love the woods. It's as simple as that. I like being surrounded by trees more than buildings. I like the sound of wind through the pines instead of traffic. And I like knowing that, even if I'm alone out there, I'm part of something bigger and older than me. But before I got into this line of work, before I went through all the courses and the training, before I even understood what real hunting or wildlife conservation meant, I was just a dumb kid running around the woods with a BB gun. I think I was around 14, maybe 15. I wasn't one of those kids born into a hunting family. My folks didn't fish. They didn't hike. They didn't even camp. They liked the idea of the outdoors, but they were inside people. The only time my mom even stepped foot into the backyard was to get the laundry off the line. But for some reason, I had this pull to the woods. Since I was little, I'd stare out the window during class and just imagine being out there, moving between trees, living off the land. I'd read survival books and stare at animal tracks like they were puzzle pieces. The forest felt like home, even though I didn't really know how to act in it yet. When I finally got my first BB gun, it felt like I was unlocking a new world. I begged for that thing. Worked all summer mowing lawns to prove I was responsible enough. I wasn't. Not all. But my parents caved, like they always did. It wasn't even a good one. Just a simple lever-action Daisy I bought from Walmart with a little pack of steel BBs. No scope, no power, nothing fancy. But to me, it was everything. I remember walking into the woods behind our neighborhood that first day like I was stepping into some kind of rite of passage. I didn't have a hunting license. I didn't even know what was legal or not. All I had was this burning desire to test myself, to feel like a real hunter. That's when I remembered the old farmhouse. Everyone in town knew about it, or at least used to. When I was really young, maybe 3 or 4, it was still mostly standing. My uncle took me out there once. The roof had caved in, but the chimney was still there, and most of the stone foundation was intact. By the time I was a teenager, there was nothing left but that chimney and some busted rock. It sat out near the edge of swamp, about a quarter mile into the woods. Nobody went out there anymore, not since the structure fully collapsed. The trail to it had half disappeared. Most kids didn't even know it existed. I thought it would be the perfect place to go with my BB gun. Secluded, quiet, no one would bother me, and maybe I'd get lucky and find a rabbit or something. I didn't even know if a BB could take down a rabbit, but I was stupid enough to think I could try. That afternoon was gray. Heavy clouds were rolling in from the west. It wasn't raining, but everything felt damp, like the air was soaked through. The kind of day where all the colors get muted and the whole world feels like it's holding its breath. I remember the leaves underfoot were soft and spongy, the soil wet, but not muddy. I walked with the BB gun across my chest, finger off the trigger like I'd read about, even though I probably wouldn't have hit anything if I tried. I made it to the farmhouse ruins just before dusk. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, and the long shadows made everything feel older. I stood at the edge of the swamp, looking out over the cracked stone foundation and the chimney still standing there like a tombstone. That's when I saw the bird. It landed at the top of a dead pine tree, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Huge wings, strong, not graceful like a hawk, but heavy, like it moved more with power than with speed. I couldn't make out all the features from where I was, but I could tell it was big, much bigger than anything I'd ever seen in the woods before. The body shape reminded me of an owl, broad chest, thick shoulders, forward-facing head. The wingspan had to be at least 4 feet, maybe more. It perched there silently, just watching. I should have just watched too. I should have stood there and appreciated how rare it was to see something like that up close. But I didn't. I was young, stupid, and full of this need to prove something. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't surviving. I was just a dumb kid with a BB gun. I don't know why I shot. I just raised the gun and fired. I think I expected it to just fly away. Or maybe I hoped I'd miss. But I didn't. The BB hit something. The bird flinched, and I swear to God, it screamed. It wasn't a caw or a hoot. It wasn't anything I've ever heard from a bird. It was this awful, high-pitched screech that seemed to come from deep in its body, almost like a wail. It dropped from the tree, tumbling down, wings half open like it was trying to catch itself, but couldn't. It hit the ground near the chimney, out of sight, but I heard the thump. And right after that, the woods erupted. It started with a single sound, like an echo of that same screech, but then others joined. Dozens, then hundreds. It was everywhere, above me, beside me, behind me. Screeches, whoops, howls, all layered on top of each other. The trees were alive with it. Every branch seemed to have something screaming from it. It was like being surrounded by a pack of animals I couldn't see, all howling at once. But it wasn't wolves or coyotes or owls. I've heard all those. This was different. This was wrong. The noise wasn't even natural. It had a rhythm to it, almost like a chant but broken and wild. Some of it sounded like laughter. Some of it like crying. It filled every inch of the air, pressed against my skin. I couldn't breathe. I turned and ran. I didn't even know I was running until I was already halfway back toward the trail. My legs were moving on their own. Every footstep was pounding through wet leaves and brush. Branches slapped me in the face. Thorns tore my pants. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. The noise followed me the whole way. It didn't fade. If anything, it got louder the closer I got home. Like whatever was making those sounds was closing in. I hit the backyard, gasping for air. My BB gun was gone. I dropped it somewhere along the way. I ran straight through the back door, locked it, and sat against the wall of the kitchen until my heart slowed down. I didn't tell anyone. Not then. I couldn't explain what happened. It didn't make sense. None of it did. I didn't go back to that part of the woods for a long time. Years. I forgot about it. Or maybe I just pushed it down so deep that it didn't come up again until recently. I think what made it all resurface was hearing that same kind of wind move through the trees one night while camping. Something about the air brought it back. That noise, that scream. I looked up every owl call in the area. Barn owls, great horned owls, barred owls. None of them matched what I heard. Not even close. Now, I work in the forest almost every day. I've spent more time in nature than I have in towns. I've tracked bear scat, followed elk migrations, walked through thick fog at dawn, and watched the sun rise through layers of pine. I know the sounds of the woods. I know what's natural, and I've never heard anything like that again. But here's the thing that sticks with me the most. It's not the sound. It's not even the bird. It's what happened to the forest after that. For the next few months, animals just didn't come around that part of the woods anymore. I started noticing the difference once I began hiking that way again. No deer tracks, no scat, not even bird song. It was just silent, like the forest had gone hollow. That chimney still stood, but it felt more like a warning than a relic. Eventually, things went back to normal. Squirrels came back. Birds too. Life filled in the cracks. But even now, decades later, I don't like going near that chimney. Something changed there that day, and maybe I'll never understand it fully. And yeah, now I live in a place where weird stuff happens. Shadows move in ways they shouldn't. Sound come from corners that should be quiet. It's not the same, though. It doesn't feel alive like the forest did that day. That was something else. That was a reminder. A reminder that nature isn't here for our amusement. That there are things in the wild that don't care if we understand them. They don't need our permission. And if you disrespect them, even out of ignorance, you might get lucky and walk away. But you'll never forget. I still carry that lesson with me. Every time I step into the woods, every time I feel the silence thicken, every time I see a bird take off through the trees. I walk slower now. I watch more. And I never, ever raise a gun unless I know exactly what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and whether or not I'm willing to live with the weight of what happens after I pull the trigger. I was assigned to Ocala National Forest about 6 years ago. It's one of those places that outsiders don't really understand. Most people think of Florida and picture beaches, theme parks, or a Miami nightlife. But deep in the northern half of the state, far from the highways and coastal cities, you'll find wild, sprawling land where time doesn't seem to matter. Ocala is 600 square miles of pine scrub, swamps, hardwood hammocks, sandhills, and creeks. And it's quiet, dangerously quiet sometimes. When I first started working here as a park ranger, I was assigned to help with trail inspections, hog control, fire watch, and camper patrol. We got all types out here: hikers, hunters, lost tourists, squatters, and sometimes people who didn't want to be found. Over time, you learn to read the woods like a book. You see broken branches, faint boot prints, recently moved brush. You know when something doesn't belong. That particular incident happened about 3 years ago. Mid-autumn. The days were still hot, but the nights had cooled down enough to make the forest feel heavier, thicker. The kind of weather where your sweat chills fast, and every sound seems amplified in the cold air. A pair of hunters had reported odd activity deep in the backcountry. They were hog hunting, legal and routine, and were experienced woodsmen. They'd gone several miles off the main forest road, down one of the old service trails, looking for signs. Around midnight, they said they heard something big moving fast through the brush. At first, they thought it was a deer or a bear. But when one of them shined a light, they claimed to see a pair of human legs, bare, pale, disappear into the undergrowth. No upper body, no shirt, no shoes, just legs. They were shaken, but not panicked. These guys were armed with ARs, sidearms, and big fixed blade knives. Not the kind to get spooked easily. But they couldn't figure out why someone would be out there at that time, that deep in the forest, crashing through the brush in shorts with no light, no gear, and no shoes. The whole thing felt off to them. They didn't want to file an official complaint, just wanted to let us know something strange was going on out there. That was enough to raise my eyebrows. I've dealt with poachers, sure. I've even come across drug labs and backwoods growers a few times. That part of Florida is known for its mix of rough terrain and rougher people. But usually, the folks who operate deep in the forest don't want to be seen at all. They're quiet, careful. They don't go running half naked through the brush in the middle of the night. So the next morning, I drove out to the spot they marked on the map. I took one of the Department 4X4S as far as I could, then hiked in on foot, rifle strapped to my back, sidearm holstered, pack loaded with water, maps, first aid, and a trail camera. I walked slow, paying attention to the little things, broken branches, scraps of fabric, old boot prints. About 3 miles in, I came across a stretch of thin, overgrown trail. Looked like an old logging cut that had been swallowed back up by the forest. The brush was thick here, and spiderwebs crisscrossed the path. I could tell no one had walked through since the hunters the night before. I kept moving, slow and careful, scanning everything. Around the area where they said they saw the figure, I found something that bothered me. It was a small sign, hand-painted on a piece of weathered wood, nailed to a pine tree. The paint was red, sloppily brushed, with drips running down like someone had done it in a rush. The sign just said, "Keep out, not safe." No symbol, no markings, nothing official. Just red letters and a feeling that hit me in the chest like ice water. I stopped walking. I looked around in a full circle, slow, listening. It was dead quiet. Too quiet. The forest has its own rhythm. Wind in the trees, chirps from birds, rustle of squirrels. But here, there was nothing. Just dead stillness and that red paint drying under the sun. I marked the tree on my GPS and logged the coordinates. I took a few photos and kept going deeper into the quadrant. I didn't feel good about it, but I couldn't turn back yet. Not without checking the surrounding area. Maybe 100 yards past the sign, I came across a clearing I didn't expect. There were no maps marking anything like it. The brush opened up suddenly into a wide circle, maybe 30 or 40 feet across. In the center was a rusted metal drum, blackened from fire. Around it were 4 or 5 wooden chairs, handmade, crude but solid. The wood was old, but the area looked used. That wasn't what disturbed me. It was the bones. There were small bones scattered around the fire drum. Some looked like animal bones, maybe raccoon, maybe rabbit, but some were larger. Not human large, but big enough to make you stop and stare. Everything had been burned, charred black. Some bones still had bits of tendon or cartilage clinging to them. I didn't see any meat, no fresh kill signs. But I knew this wasn't any hunter's cook site. It felt more like a warning, or a ritual. I didn't touch anything, just took pictures. I backed out slow and decided I'd come back with backup the next day. That night, back at base, I couldn't sleep. The image of those white legs, the silent woods, the crude red warning sign, it stuck in my head like a thorn. I kept wondering what the hell was really going on out there. Poachers? Maybe, but they usually avoid attention. This felt more like someone wanted to be seen, but only just enough to scare. Next morning, I returned with another ranger. We were both armed, and we took the same route I'd marked. By the time we got to the fire site, it was gone. Not just the fire drum, everything. No bones, no chairs, no sign. The ground had been smoothed over. You could still see faint circular indentations in the dirt where the legs of the chairs had been. But someone had worked fast to erase everything. We searched the area for hours. We circled out, grid style, checking for tracks, but the ground was hard and dry. There wasn't much to go on. No sign of campers, no fresh trash, no sound of people. Just dead silence again. That night, I decided to camp out of my truck at the edge of the quadrant. I parked along one of the dirt service roads and waited. Rifle loaded, flashlight ready. I didn't want trouble. I just wanted answers. Around 1:20 in the morning, I saw movement on the road. A man, alone, walking down the dirt track. He wore a checkered button-up shirt and shorts. No shoes, no pack, no flashlight, just walking. Slow, calm. He didn't look at me, didn't react to the headlights. Just kept walking like I wasn't even there. Like he had a place to be and nothing else mattered. I didn't follow. I didn't call out. I just watched him walk into the night, down the road, until the trees swallowed him. I stayed another hour. Nothing else happened. In the morning, I went back out to the quadrant. No sign, no fresh prints. The red sign was gone too. That week, I filed a full internal report. It got marked as unconfirmed possible trespasser activity, and that was that. No follow-up, no new assignments to that quadrant. A few months later, a different ranger came across a similar hand-painted sign in another part of the forest near a creek bed. Same red paint, same sloppy lettering. This one said, "Leave now, not your place." We're trained not to speculate, to stick to facts, but some things don't fit clean into a report. There are places in the forest people aren't supposed to go, not because of rules or boundaries, but because someone else already claimed them. Someone who doesn't want neighbors. Someone who makes signs and moves in the dark and burns things that don't belong to any season or species. Since then, I always take a second flashlight, keep my rifle a little closer, and pay attention to the signs, painted or otherwise. The deeper you go into Ocala, the quieter it gets. And if you're not careful, you might miss the warning. Or worse, see it too late. It's not ghosts that scare me. It's people. Because the people out here, the ones who hide, who vanish, who walk barefoot in the dark without looking up, those are the ones you never really see coming. Not until they want you to. And by then, it's already too late. I started working as a park ranger in southeastern Wisconsin in 2012. I had grown up not far from there, and I knew the trails and forests better than most people ever would. You don't take a job like that unless you have a certain patience about you. You learn to move slowly, to notice changes, and most of all, to listen, especially at night. One site in particular always gave me a strange feeling. It was called Indian Mound Reservation, or IMR for short. It's a scout camp tucked into the woods, and it's dotted with small mounds that look like grassy bumps from a distance. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were just uneven spots in the land, but they're burial mounds. Some are shaped like animals if you look at them from above. Effigy mounds, sacred land. There are signs about their significance, and you're told not to walk on them or disturb them in any way. Most people respect that, but not everyone does. I had gone through that area as a Boy Scout when I was a kid, and I never forgot it. Now, as an adult, I got stationed there again, but this time with a radio, keys, and responsibility. I was the one making sure people stayed safe, didn't break rules, and didn't get lost in the woods. It's not a busy area like Yellowstone or Yosemite, but has its own character. Dense woods, long narrow trails, and during the fall, a thick blanket of leaves that crunches under every step. But sometimes, like after a light rain, the leaves go quiet. That's when you really have to listen. My schedule that week had me posted solo at IMR for 5 nights. I was supposed to do rounds during the day, check on any campers, and do one final sweep before nightfall. After dark, I was supposed to stay nearby in a ranger station, a small, weathered building with a cot, radio, desk, and space heater that barely kept the cold out. There were other rangers, but they rotated to other sites, and I wouldn't be seeing much of them unless something came up. The third night is when things changed. I had made my rounds earlier that day and had seen 2 scout groups with adult chaperones. One of the leaders asked if the burial mounds were real, and I told him what I always say. Yes, they are, and yes, you should respect them. He nodded and said they'd brief the kids. I didn't think much of it after that. It had rained a bit that afternoon. Not a heavy storm, just enough to make everything a little soft. The leaves were slick and damp, and that heavy, earthy smell settled in the air. After I finished my patrol, I locked the trail gate, made sure my radio was charged, and went back to the ranger station. I ate a peanut butter sandwich, wrote in my logbook, and tried to sleep. That night, something woke me up. I didn't sit up or move right away, but I opened my eyes and just laid there. It was quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves. Then I heard it, slow footsteps outside the station. They weren't heavy, more like a shuffle, but deliberate. A soft drag through wet leaves. One step, then another, then another. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. My cot was right near the wall, and I could hear the sound moving along the side of the building, slow and steady. I sat up slowly and listened harder. It circled halfway around the structure, stopped just near the door, paused for a moment, then moved away again. I told myself it could be an animal. Deer are common. Raccoons too. But the steps were too heavy for a raccoon, and deer don't drag their feet in the leaves like that. They're more alert, quicker. This wasn't fast. It was like someone pacing slowly in a small circle. And whoever it was knew not to make much noise. Still, I wasn't going to jump to conclusions. I got up, quietly unlatched the door, and opened it just a crack. There was nothing there. No flashlight beams, no movement, just cold air and the smell of wet bark. I waited, staring into the trees, then slowly closed the door again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked a full loop around the station. No footprints, which didn't surprise me. The wet leaves just bounced back. But I noticed something odd. The trail right near the edge of the mounds, about 20 feet from the building, had been disturbed. The leaves were scuffed, as if someone had paced there, back and forth. No trash, no shoe prints. Just a broken pattern in the leaf layer. I made a note in my log, but didn't report it. What was I going to say? Someone walked near my station and then walked away. That kind of thing happens all the time in the woods. People get turned around. Kids wander. Adults sneak off to smoke. Still, something about it stayed with me. That night, I went to bed even more alert. I left my boots on, jacket nearby, flashlight right next to me. I didn't drift off so much as I waited for something to happen. And again, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard the steps. Same pattern. Slow. Dragging. Around the station. Pause. Then back again. This time I got up right away and opened the door fast, swinging my flashlight across the clearing. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. I stood there a long time, light in one hand, bear spray in the other. Eventually I shut the door again, locked it, and just sat in the chair. Didn't bother trying to sleep. The following day, I walked out to where I had seen the scuffed trail and followed it deeper into the woods. About 30 yards in, I found another disturbed patch. This one was larger. Someone had definitely stood there for a while. It was off any official trail, and there was no reason for anyone to be out there. No campers were reported missing. I asked around the scout groups, casually, if anyone had taken a walk late at night. They all said no. I didn't push it. The 5th and final night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights off and sat by the window with the radio beside me, volume low. I didn't want to call it in unless I was sure. Around 2:40 a.m., I heard it again. Dragging steps. Same rhythm. This time, though, I realized something new. The steps weren't random. They followed a very tight path. Same route every time. Like a well-worn trail that only one person knew. I leaned forward, heart pounding, and listened as the steps moved around the back of the station, paused near the corner, and then started back the other way. I turned my flashlight on, kept it low, and opened the window just a crack. Nothing. But I smelled something. Damp, musty fabric. Not like an animal. Like old clothes stored too long in a wet basement. I didn't move until sunrise. When the sun came up, I went outside and traced the path again. Same scuff marks in the leaves, almost like a loop carved into the forest floor. This time I followed them deeper. About 50 yards in, just past one of the larger effigy mounds, I found a depression in the ground. Not a grave, not a dug hole. Just a spot where the earth looked like it had been packed down by someone standing there for hours over many nights. Almost like a lookout post. No gear, no trash, just that musty smell still faint in the air. I stood there a long time, thinking about what it meant. This wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't some trick of the dark. Someone had been walking that trail at night. Watching, listening, staying just far enough away to not be seen. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone mentally ill who wandered off and never came back. Maybe someone who didn't want to be found. Or maybe someone who came back deliberately. I marked the area and called it in as suspicious activity. A search team came through 2 days later. They found more disturbed patches, mostly near the larger burial mounds. No bodies, no shelters, just scuffed leaves, compacted earth, and the smell of someone who hadn't bathed in weeks. After that, they added cameras to the trees and increased night patrols during the fall. I never saw whoever it was, but I still remember the sound. Not footsteps, not boots, just that slow, dragging shuffle. Too soft to be threatening, too human to ignore. It didn't feel like a haunting. It felt like a warning. And maybe that's the scariest part of all. Someone was out there, and they weren't lost. They knew exactly where they were, and they didn't want to leave. I was a seasonal ranger with the Forest Service back in my late 20s, mostly in California. I bounced around a lot, but one place I always loved spending time in was El Dorado National Forest. I wasn't officially on duty during this story, but I mentioned the job because I knew the land pretty well. I wasn't just some tourist or weekend camper. I'd been deep in the backcountry of that forest more times than I could count. I knew what was normal. I knew what wasn't. My friends and I had this favorite spot along Sopiago Springs. If you know the area, you know it's not far off the main routes through the forest, but it's tucked away enough that you won't get traffic from casual hikers or campers. We discovered it years before, and it became kind of our go-to for quiet weekends away from everything. No marked sites, no amenities. Just raw woods, water, and open sky. There were 4 of us on that trip: me, Darren, Chase, and Kyle. We all grew up in or around the Sierra foothills. We weren't idiots about the woods. We knew how to navigate, how to forage, how to keep clean camp. We'd all had weird experiences before, strange noises, whether turning hard out of nowhere, weird animal behavior. But this trip, this one stuck with me. Still does. I haven't gone back to that spot since, and I don't plan to. The plan was to go in light. 3 days. We were testing ourselves a bit. We each packed 1 or 2 MREs just in case, a couple small caliber rifles mostly for small game, and basic shelter gear. Tarps, paracord, some fold-down tools. Each of us had a knife. Kyle brought a small hatchet. Darren had a compact camp shovel. We weren't trying to live like cavemen, but we didn't bring much in. We figured we'd live off the land where we could and fall back on the MREs if needed. We hiked in that Friday morning. It was early May, so the weather was cool and dry. Ideal for this kind of trip. No snow on the ground, but enough melt coming through to make the creeks and springs active. We reached our spot by late morning. It was right off a bend in Sopiago Creek, where the water pooled up a bit and made this natural basin surrounded by thick pine and cedar. There was a clearing just large enough for our camp, and we'd made minor improvements over the years. Stone fire ring, log for sitting, even a small cache spot under a flat boulder where we kept a few emergency supplies wrapped in plastic. That first day was calm. We got the camp set, fetched some water, and spent the afternoon trying to catch crawdads and spot squirrels. We were successful on both fronts. Kyle bagged a squirrel not long before dusk, and we boiled up the crawdads we pulled from the creek. It wasn't much food for 4 grown men, but it tasted better than anything we could have cooked at home. We cracked a few beers we'd carried in and talked around the fire until sometime after midnight. No weird feelings, no strange noises, just the sound of the stream, some wind in the trees, and that light buzz you get from drinking under open sky. It was the next day that things shifted. I woke up early, before the others. I tend to rise with the sun when I'm camping. That morning, it fell off the second I sat up. It's hard to explain if you've never experienced it. The air was still. Not just quiet, completely still. No birds. No movement. The creek ran normally, but beyond that, it was like the forest had taken a breath and decided not to exhale. I didn't say anything at first. I just got the fire going again and sat by it, waiting for the others to stir. Kyle was next to get up, and even he paused for a second when he stepped out from under his tarp. He kind of looked around like he was waiting for something, but then he went about his business. By mid-morning, everyone was up. We ate some jerky, had coffee, and decided we'd try to forage up the stream. We'd had luck in the past finding mushrooms and wild onions, sometimes even wild asparagus if we were lucky. We left camp in the late morning and headed upstream, moving slowly, scanning as we went. It felt better being in motion. Still weirdly quiet, but less oppressive when we were walking and talking. By mid-afternoon, we'd gathered a decent haul. Found some miner's lettuce, a few chanra-looking mushrooms, though I wasn't confident enough in the ID to eat them. And Chase swore he saw trout in one of the deeper pools, though he didn't have a rod or a line to prove it. We turned back toward camp, figuring we'd eat MREs that night and try again the next day. Back at camp, the feeling returned full force. Heavier than before. It was like the moment we crossed into the clearing, we stepped into something that didn't want us there. Again, no specific noise or sign of danger. Just wrong. We shrugged it off. As usual, we didn't talk about it. You grow up out here, you get used to ignoring weird feelings. Sometimes the woods are just like that. Later that evening, Kyle and Chase said they wanted to head upstream a ways to look at some rocky area they'd noticed earlier. Darren went with them. I stayed back to tend a fire and go through some gear. They weren't going far, maybe 200 yards, maybe a bit more, and I figured they'd be back before dark. Sunset came fast, as it does in the woods. The light dropped hard and sharp between the trees, and before I knew it, I was the only one in camp with the fire casting long shadows around me. That's when the real tension started. I just thrown another log on the fire when I heard something. Faint, behind me and to the left, toward the denser part of the forest, the opposite direction from where my friends had gone. It sounded like voices, maybe two, maybe three, all very low. Not whispering exactly, but soft. And they weren't speaking clearly. The sound was muddy, like someone talking with their mouth underwater. I froze. My first thought was that maybe someone else had stumbled into our area. A couple hikers or campers lost and circling. But that didn't sit right. I hadn't seen anyone in miles coming in, and this spot was way off trail. I grabbed my rifle and stood up, slowly turning in the direction of the sound. It stopped as soon as I moved. Total silence again. I stayed still for a minute, then circled the fire slowly, eyes toward the dark beyond the tree line. My flashlight was with Chase, and I cursed that mistake immediately. All I had was the fire and the red dot on my rifle scope. That's when I saw it. It was low to the ground, maybe 50 yards out. I could barely make out the shape. Dark, long, moving between two trees. At first, I thought it was a bear, but the shape wasn't right. It moved like it had longer limbs, arms, maybe. Not legs. It was crawling or loping, not walking. And it wasn't sniffing or pausing. It was moving with purpose. I should have yelled, but I didn't. I should have fired a warning shot, but I didn't. I just raised the rifle and looked through the scope. Even in the dark, the outline was too human. Too human and not human at all. Its arms looked too long, hanging under its body like an ape, but thinner. It moved low, head forward, torso shifting like a spring. And then it was gone. It ducked behind a tree and didn't come out the other side. I stared through the scope for a full minute, but nothing moved. I backed closer to the fire, rifle up, ears wide open. Then came the rustling. Soft at first, like something brushing past branches, then again from another direction. Then another. Always light, always quick, but never from where my friends had gone. Always from behind me, from deeper in the forest. I spun around every few seconds, checking every direction, breathing hard, trying to stay calm. I kept the fire high and my back to the largest rock nearby. I wanted something solid behind me. Then finally, after what felt like forever, I saw 3 flashlights bobbing toward me from upstream. Kyle, Darren, and Chase stumbled into the clearing, talking low and moving fast. I could tell right away they felt it too. We didn't say much. We didn't need to. They saw the look on my face, and I saw the tension in theirs. They'd heard it too, soft movement, quiet voices, and that sense that something was just out of sight, circling. That night, we didn't sleep. We kept the fire up and took turns watching. Every hour, we rotated, one man keeping full lookout while the others dozed in shifts with rifles at hand. Nothing approached the camp directly, but we kept hearing sounds, rustling, faint thumps, always distant, always enough to keep your eyes open. We made it to daylight, stiff and groggy. Nobody said a word about staying. We packed fast. No breakfast, no coffee, just gear into bags and boots hitting the trail. It wasn't until we were halfway back to the truck that Chase finally said, "We're not going back there, right?" No one answered. We didn't have to. That was the last time we ever camped at Sopiago Springs. I've gone back to El Dorado plenty of times for work since then. I've hiked all kinds of terrain in all kinds of weather. I've been deep into places where most people never go. But I've never gone back to that exact spot, and I don't plan to, because sometimes it's not what you see that gets to you. It's what you almost see, what moves just far enough away to keep from being known, what waits just past the firelight, watching. I've been working as a park ranger for over 12 years now. I've been stationed in remote forests, dry deserts, mountain ranges, and flat grasslands. I've done long solo patrols, rescue missions, search and recovery, and night monitoring. I've camped out in the middle of nowhere more times than I can count. I've learned that most things that scare people out in the wild usually have some kind of logical explanation. Wind can sound like voices. An animal's eyes can reflect in a way that makes it look like something else. Your brain starts playing tricks on you when you're alone too long, especially in places where the air feels heavy and the trees seem to close in on you. I tell you this, so you know I'm not the type to panic easily. I've slept through wild boar walking through my campsite. I've cleaned up after bear break-ins. I've dealt with armed trespassers and angry poachers. But what happened on that evening still bothers me in a way I can't fully shake off. Not because I think something unexplainable happened, but because I know something very real was going on, and I just never got to find out what it was. This was in early fall, a little after the Labor Day crowds died down. I was on a solo assignment in a patch of national forest not many people go to, even during peak season. It's quiet and scenic. Big rock formations, tall pines, hidden meadows. The kind of place you go if you want real solitude. There are no formal campgrounds in that section, just primitive sites off service roads. Some aren't even marked. I brought my dog with me, like I usually do for longer solo runs. She's a German Shepherd mix, calm and obedient, doesn't bark unless she has a reason. She's good company, and she makes me feel more at ease, especially in places where I won't see another person for days. That day, I'd started out early. I had spent most of the afternoon checking an old trail that had some fallen trees reported across it. After clearing what I could and noting the rest for a saw crew, I decided to find a place to camp before it got too dark. I wasn't in a rush. I brought plenty of supplies and the weather was clear. I had a few places in mind, small clearings I'd marked on a previous trip. As I drove along a narrow dirt road that wound through the hills, I rolled the window down to feel the breeze. It was one of those quiet evenings where the sun casts long shadows through the trees and everything smells like dry pine needles and dust. My dog, who had been calm all day, suddenly perked up. Her ears stood straight up and she let out a low grumble. Not a full growl, but something close. I figured maybe she smelled a deer or caught wind of a coyote nearby. I slowed down and glanced around, but didn't see anything. Still, she wouldn't sit back down. Her eyes were fixed on the tree line, and she was shifting her weight side to side like she was on alert. That's when I started to feel it, that strange sensation like something was off, but you don't know what yet. I ignored it at first. I pulled off the road onto a flat spot I'd used once before. It was a good place to camp, not too exposed, but open enough to see around. There were signs of old fire rings and a decent view of the hills. But my dog wouldn't calm down. She jumped out of the truck the moment I opened the door and immediately started pacing around the edges of the clearing, nose to the ground, tail stiff. Her hackles were raised, which was rare for her. I called her over, and she came, but kept looking back toward the woods like she expected something to come walking out. I stood still and listened. At first, nothing but the wind in the trees and the distant creak of branches. I tried to go about setting up, pulled my pack out, stretched my legs, but the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Then I heard them, voices, male voices, low and unclear, like they were just around the bend in the road or on the other side of the trees. They weren't shouting or laughing, just murmuring like a conversation, but I couldn't make out a single word. I stood frozen and listened hard. My first thought was hikers or maybe hunters, but I hadn't seen another vehicle for miles. I hadn't passed anyone on the road, no tire tracks in the dirt besides mine. I try to tell myself sound can travel in weird ways out here, especially in hills like this. Maybe they were down below and the sound was bouncing up toward me. But the more I listened, the more it felt wrong. The voices would fade, then come back, like they were circling me slowly, never getting closer but always staying just out of sight. My dog was rigid now, staring in the direction of the sound, barely blinking. She let out another low growl and took a few steps forward before stopping again. I kept scanning the tree line. I didn't call out. That's a habit I learned early on. If something feels wrong, don't announce yourself. Just listen, watch, wait. Most times it's nothing, but this didn't feel like nothing. After standing still for a few minutes, I decided not to unpack anything else. The voices were still there, off and on, and they never moved far enough away to make me feel safe. My dog wouldn't sit. She wouldn't take her eyes off the trees. My gut told me I shouldn't stay. I packed up quietly, tossing my gear back into the truck without much care. The whole time, I kept expecting to see someone step out from behind the trees. But no one ever did. No shapes, no movement. Just the same low murmur of voices that seemed to loop in and out like static. Like they were having a conversation I couldn't quite tune into. As I started the engine, my dog jumped back in without hesitation. I turned the truck around and headed back the way I came, slowly at first, eyes checking every turn of the road. After about 10 minutes, the voices were gone. My dog finally lay down, though she was still alert, eyes open, ears twitching. I drove until I reached the main road and kept going. Found another spot almost 20 miles away, closer to a ranger station. I camped there that night without incident. My dog finally relaxed, but I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking back to those voices, that feeling of something just out of sight, and how strange it was that I couldn't understand a single word. The next day, I filed a note in my report about unusual activity. I didn't have much to go on, just voices in the woods and a nervous dog. Nothing illegal, nothing to track. I even went back to that area a few days later with another ranger. We walked the hills, looked for signs of campers, boot prints, trash, anything. We found nothing. I still don't know what was going on. Maybe it was just some people hiking late, maybe sound bouncing around like I guessed. Maybe someone was camping illegally and didn't want to be found. But in all my years out here, I've never felt that specific kind of unease. It was like something wanted me to leave but didn't want to be seen doing it. I never went back to that spot again. There are other places to camp, other hills to climb. Whatever was out there that evening, I don't need to know. I've trusted my instincts for a long time, and they've kept me safe. That night, they told me to go, so I did, and I'm glad I listened. I've worked as a park ranger for 12 years, mostly in the southern parts of the U.S., and I've seen my fair share of strange things. Nothing mystical or unbelievable, just things that you wouldn't expect if you didn't spend this much time outdoors. People get lost for dumb reasons. Animals behave in odd ways. Weather can change on you in a snap. But the worst part? It's not nature. It's what people do when they think no one's watching, or when they know they're deep enough out there that no one can watch. That's where the real trouble begins. Back in 2020, I had taken a few days off work to meet up with some old buddies from high school. A reunion of sorts. We were all in our mid-30s, spread out across the country, and figured we were due for one more camping trip like we used to do when we were young and dumb. We picked a site in the Gila National Forest in New Mexico, one I knew well from both work and past hikes. It had running water, vault toilets, and just enough cell reception to check in if needed. Perfect. There were 5 of us, me, Ron, Derek, Luis, and Jay. We set up camp in a group site, tucked a bit back from the main area. Not a ton of traffic, but we still had other campers maybe 100 yards out to the east. It was late September. Days were warm, nights dipped into the 40s. We spent the day hiking, gathering firewood, shooting the shit, drinking light beers, and pretending we weren't getting too old for sleeping on the ground. Dinner that night was simple: hot dogs, beans, and a few of those foil wrap meals that taste like cardboard unless you're starving. By 9:30 or so, we were finishing up the last beers, the fire was crackling, and everyone was starting to get quiet. That's when my stomach gave me a little warning. I tried to ignore it, but by 10 o'clock, I knew I had to go. The restrooms were about a quarter mile down the main path. Not far, but far enough to be a bit of a walk in the pitch dark. I grabbed my flashlight, told the guys I was heading to the bathroom, and started down the trail. The moon was mostly hidden behind clouds, so it was dark. Not just night dark. That special kind of wilderness dark where you can't see your hand until your flashlight hits it. I kept it low, watching the gravel path ahead, sweeping it side to side every few seconds. About halfway down, I saw someone ahead of me step out from one of the side paths, the one that led to an unused campsite we passed earlier in the day. I recognized the walk immediately. Sort of a dragging gait, almost like one knee never quite bends all the way. That was Ron. He messed up his leg in high school and still walked a little funny. Always made fun of himself for it. At first, I thought he must have taken a different route to the restroom, maybe walked off to smoke or take a leak in the woods. He was a solid 40 feet ahead of me. I didn't think too much about it. I figured maybe we'd meet up at the restroom and walk back together. But every minute or so, he'd turn his head a little, like he was checking behind him. It looked like he was trying to see who was following him. The beam from my flashlight was steady on the path, so I figured he had to see me. His pace was just a little faster than mine, and even though I called out a few times, he didn't really stop. He didn't even respond. He just kept walking, occasionally glancing back. The last time he turned his head, he picked up the pace noticeably and stepped off the trail again, this time down a slight slope behind a thick cluster of trees. Then he was gone. I kept walking to the restrooms, thinking he'd either loop around or show up behind me in a minute. But he never came. I took care of my business, walked around a bit calling his name, then headed back to camp. I was expecting to see him come up behind me on the trail or waiting near the fire pit. Instead, I got back to camp and everyone was exactly where I left them, Ron included, sitting by the fire, sipping beer, laughing about some story Jay was telling. Ron didn't look sweaty, out of breath, or even like he'd moved. I asked him something about being funny with his disappearing act, but he didn't even know what I was talking about. Everyone swore he hadn't moved from the site the entire time I was gone. I didn't push it. Figure maybe they were messing with me, though it didn't really add up. I let it go and tried to enjoy the rest of the night. Eventually, one by one, we turned in. I zipped up in my tent and tried to get some sleep. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. It was dead quiet, no wind, no sounds but the occasional shifting in someone's sleeping bag or the pop of an old coal in the fire pit. I didn't feel like making the walk to the bathroom again, so I unzipped my tent and wandered just far enough into the woods to be out of sight. Took a leak, zipped up, and started walking back. As I got close to camp, I heard the unmistakable sound of a tent zipper opening. I glanced up and saw someone crouched outside one of the tents. Again, it was Ron's tent. I could tell it was him just from the outline, tall, same lopsided walk as he moved slowly away from the tent. The zipper noise was loud in the silence. I froze a second, confused, and then watched him stop a few yards away from his tent and pull something from his jacket. A lighter. He struck it 3 times, and I caught clear glimpses of his face in the flashes, his nose, his jaw, his eyes. It was Ron. He lit the cigarette and took a long drag. He was standing maybe 30 feet from me, back to the cars. I kept walking toward him, half expecting him to say something, maybe make a joke about earlier. But he didn't move. He just stood there, looking in the direction of the gravel road. Then he started walking, slowly, but with that same strange limp toward the vehicles. I followed him. I was starting to get a little annoyed by now, thinking he was trying to mess with me again, maybe try to sneak up behind me later and scare the hell out of me. I trailed behind him as he disappeared behind the far side of one of the trucks. When I turned the corner a few seconds later, he was gone. Just gone. There was no sound, no movement. The cigarette wasn't tossed anywhere, and the gravel hadn't shifted. It was like he vanished behind a truck. I did a full walk around both vehicles. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I even crouched and looked under the truck in case he was hiding. I was alone. Frustrated, I walked back to the tents. Ron's was still zipped shut. I stood there a moment, staring at it, unsure what I was even expecting. Then I heard it, soft, rhythmic breathing, the kind you can only hear in the total stillness of the woods. Ron was in there, asleep. He hadn't left the tent. I stared at that tent for a while, longer than I needed to. Eventually, I went back to mine, crawled inside, and didn't sleep a minute until the sun came up. In the morning, I asked again if anyone had gotten up in the night. No one had. Ron looked at me dead serious and said he'd slept through the whole night didn't even need to get up once. I watched his face while he said it. He wasn't lying. He was annoyed I kept asking. The rest of the trip went normal. We left the following afternoon. I didn't tell them how deeply it unsettled me until months later, and even then, only to Jay in a passing conversation. I try to laugh it off like I've been half asleep or drunk, but the truth is I wasn't drunk enough to imagine those kinds of details. I know what I saw. I saw my friend. Twice. He walked, stood, and looked exactly like Ron. It wasn't just a glance or a trick of the light. I watched him move. I saw his face in the lighter's glow. I've spent thousands of nights outdoors, alone and with groups, and I've never had anything else quite like that happen. I've seen people mimic animal calls, follow hikers for fun, even dress like someone else as a prank. But not out there. Not in the middle of nowhere, miles from any town, on a cold night where everyone's supposed to be asleep. I reported it months later, casually, to another ranger when we were talking about strange experiences. I didn't file anything official. There wasn't anything to report. What would I say? That someone out there looked exactly like my friend and moved around our camp like they knew where everything was? Sometimes, the woods don't give you clear answers. They just give you moments, things you saw, things you know happened. And they let you sit with them, wondering. I've been back to that same site since. Once alone, once with my wife and kid. It's just trees, gravel, and sky. But at night, when everything goes still, I still look at the trail leading from that unused site. I still glance at the tents. And I always keep a second flashlight close. Whatever I saw that night, it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was a person, a man, walking just like someone I knew, with perfect timing, perfect clothes, perfect habits. And that's what scared me the most. Because if it wasn't Ron, then someone had watched us long enough to know how he moved, how he acted, and even what time we slept. And if they knew all that, then they were closer than we ever realized. I was about 3 years into the job when this happened. I've been working as a park ranger for a mid-sized state park up in the Pacific Northwest. Won't name it here, but it's got a good mix of heavy forest, small backcountry lakes, and steep terrain. A place hikers either love or hate. It's remote, it's rough, and a lot of people get in over their heads. That's what keeps rangers like me busy. The thing is, after a while, the job starts to feel routine. You check trailheads for parking tags, respond to hikers who get lost or twist their ankle, patch up gearheads who fly down rocky hills on bikes too fast. You watch the weather, check the fire risk, haul trash out of spots people swear they left clean. You keep an eye out for bears when they start showing up in the campsites again. But every once in a while, something shakes you loose from that routine. This one shook me more than anything else I've ever experienced. It started in early October, just after the leaves started turning. We were past the peak season, so traffic through the park was light. I was mostly working alone. Some of the summer staff had already packed up and left. We had maybe 3 other rangers scheduled that week, and I wouldn't run into any of them for days at a time. The park was quiet. I was assigned to patrol the North Ridge Trail system that week. It's a steep stretch with few visitors, mostly experienced hikers who knew what they were doing. It's not an area where you expect trouble, and that made what I found out there all the more unsettling. I started my patrol around 7:30 that morning. Cool air, a little damp from fog. I parked my truck at the base of a gravel service road, checked my gear, and hiked up toward the ridge trail. The trees were dense on both sides of the trail, but the climb gave way to scattered views of the forest below. The ground was covered in wet pine needles and leaves. I had my radio on, but there was no chatter, and I didn't expect much. A few miles in, I passed a trail camera strapped to a tree. I made note to check its memory card on the way back. It had been acting up last week, and I wanted to see if it had caught anything useful. As I rounded a sharp bend in the trail, something odd caught my eye about 30 yards off the path. It looked like a tangle of old tarp or maybe some cloth caught in a tree. Blue and gray. I almost kept walking, but something about the way it hung there looked wrong. It wasn't shredded like a tarp left to the wind. It looked like it had been placed there carefully. I stepped off the trail and pushed through the underbrush to get a better look. The closer I got, the stranger it seemed. The fabric wasn't nylon or canvas. It was denim, jeans, a full pair of pants, actually, and they weren't hanging there like laundry on a line. They were wrapped around something. I felt that cold tightening in my gut before my brain caught up to what I was looking at. My boots sank into the soft dirt as I stepped forward and craned my neck. There was a human body wedged into the fork of a large Douglas fir, at least 15 feet off the ground. Legs down, torso slumped forward, arms hanging, like someone had dropped the body from above and it had gotten stuck in the branches. It was badly decomposed. Skin dark, leathery, no visible wounds I could see from the ground. The clothes were shredded in places, probably by weather or animals. But the weirdest part was how clean the scene was. No birds, no smell, no drag marks around the base of the tree. Just the body, hanging silently, like some horrible fruit growing out of the pine. I backed away, heart hammering. I didn't touch anything. I hiked back to the trail and got on the radio immediately, gave my coordinates and called it in. They told me to stay in place until a retrieval team could reach me. It took 4 hours for them to arrive. In that time, I sat on a rock near the bend and kept watch on the tree from a distance. I scanned the woods. I listened. I tried to tell myself it was just some hiker who fell, but there was no logical way someone had climbed up there and dropped themselves into that fork. The retrieval team showed up with climbing gear, cameras, and a body bag. They took photos, measured distances, and finally managed to get the body down. I didn't help. I wasn't supposed to. My job was done after the call, but I didn't leave. Something about the whole thing was bothering me. It wasn't just the position of the body. It was the silence. That whole part of the forest felt dead. No bird calls, no wind through the branches. Just this hollow stillness, like the woods were holding their breath. The techs loaded the body into a stretcher and started the slow carry-out down to the trailhead. I stayed behind for a bit longer, circling the area. I looked for broken branches, disturbed brush, anything that might explain how the body got up there. And that's when I found the second thing. About 20 yards uphill from the tree, I spotted a narrow game trail leading deeper into the woods. It wasn't marked on any of our maps, just a faint line through the grass and leaves. I followed it. The trail ran uphill, snaking between trees and over deadfall. After maybe 10 minutes of slow hiking, I came across what looked like an old hunter's blind built into the side of a hill. Not fresh. The wood was weathered, covered in moss. A crude box structure with slits for windows, partly collapsed but still standing. Inside, I found something that raised every hair on my neck. There were ropes, old ones, thick and frayed, but clearly used. Loops tied at both ends. Not the kind you'd use to climb. The kind you'd use to restrain something. Or someone. There were also metal stakes driven into the floorboards of the blind, bent and rusted, like they'd once been used to anchor something down. And next to that, I found a stack of Polaroid photos sealed in a plastic bag. I didn't open them. I didn't need to. Even through the cloudy plastic, I could see human figures. Tied, sitting, some standing, all in the woods. All blurred, like someone had snapped them fast and without permission. I marked the location and hiked out fast. I didn't look back. The state police took over the investigation. A forensic team combed the area. They closed off the ridge trails and put out a press release saying a body had been found, likely a missing hiker. No foul play suspected yet. But I knew that was a placeholder, because when the coroner's report came back, it didn't line up with a normal hiking accident. The man in the tree hadn't fallen. He died from dehydration. No broken bones, no trauma, just exposure and dehydration. They estimated he'd been dead for 3 weeks. But his boots were clean. His clothes weren't torn from climbing trees. His hands had no scrapes. It was like he'd been placed there after death. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had used that tree as a message. Like they put the body up there on purpose. Not to hide it, but to display it. I started digging through old ranger reports, off the books. Over the next week, I found 4 missing persons cases that had gone cold in the last 6 years. All hikers reported lost in the same general region of the park. None were ever found. One of them was a woman named Dana Leach, mid-30s, last seen hiking solo in early September 2 years prior. She'd signed in at a trail register on the same ridge system. Never signed out. When I pulled up the GPS data from the trail cam I passed earlier that day, I found something else. 3 weeks ago, around 3:42 a.m., that camera had captured a single image. A man walking alone, not along the trail, but across it, carrying what looked like a long bundle slung over one shoulder. He was wearing a full camouflage outfit and a pack. His head was down. His face wasn't clear. That photo was time-stamped the night before the coroner said the man in the tree died. I turned all of this over to the police. I was told to drop the matter, that the investigation was in their hands now. I didn't argue. I wasn't interested in playing detective. But I did make one decision that week. I stopped patrolling that ridge alone. Even now, years later, I think about that blind. About the ropes. About the fact that someone had gone to great lengths to use the forest for something it was never meant for. The woods are big. People assume they're empty. But they're not. They're quiet. And sometimes that silence isn't peace. It's a warning. I signed up for the winter shift at Black Fir Ranger Station in northern Montana, not far from the Canadian border. It was a volunteer thing at first. Then they paid me some hazard pay when nobody else wanted to do it. I'd done backcountry work before, trail maintenance, fire watch, rescue, and I'd spent time alone in some deep, cold parts of the Rockies. So I figured it would be peaceful. A quiet winter, just me, snow, wildlife, and the wind. I couldn't have been more wrong. Black Fir Station was one of the most remote ranger outposts still in use, though barely. They mostly kept it staffed in winter because the Forest Service had equipment stored out there and a weather station that still uploaded data hourly. My main job was to keep the path clear to the equipment, check snow levels, and make sure nobody trespassed or got themselves killed in the backcountry. Once a week, I'd snowmobile out to the outer trailhead where the small Forest Service supply van would leave gas, food, propane, and fuel pellets for the stove. I arrived in late November, just before the first big snow. The station was a one-story wooden cabin tucked into a small grove of lodgepole pine. No cell service. One shortwave radio that linked to the dispatch down in Great Falls, and a backup satellite unit. The forest around the station was quiet then, thick with trees and the smell of cold bark and pine needles. The snow came heavy in the first week of December, and by the second week, I was completely alone. The silence was nice at first. You learn to appreciate sounds differently when you're by yourself. The creak of the wood stove, the muffled thump of snow falling from tree branches, the distant call of a raven. It all fills the space that would normally be taken up by voices or engine noise. I tracked elk along the ridges near the Southern Creek and saw moose once, near the frozen bend in Copper Run. I noted all of it in my daily log, just like they told me to, but the quiet started to feel heavy after a while. Not scary exactly, just thick, like something was waiting. About 3 weeks in, I started noticing strange tracks in the snow. At first, I thought they were from a mountain lion. They were wide and deep, spaced far apart, like a big cat moving quickly. But they didn't follow game trails or creek beds. They cut across them. They moved through the forest in straight lines, even when that meant going up steep terrain or through dense brush. Every few days, I'd see a new set, always after a storm, like something came down with the snow. I tried to follow one set once. It went uphill through thick trees, then dropped into a draw, crossed a frozen creek, and climbed the opposite bank. I lost the trail where the snow was packed hard against the rocks, but the way it moved didn't make sense. No animal I knew moved like that. No sidestepping, no backtracking. Just a straight, confident march through terrain that should have slowed it down. I didn't tell anyone. I figured maybe it was a rogue wolverine or something that had an odd gait. I just noted it in the log and moved on. But it bothered me. One night around Christmas, I was woken up by a strange noise outside. It was late, close to 2 a.m. by the glow of my watch. I'd been asleep in the cot near the stove, bundled in wool and fleece. The fire had died down. I remember the cold on my face. The sound was faint but steady. A high, almost metallic whine way off in the trees. It wasn't wind. Wind moves. It wasn't an animal call either. It stayed in one place for several minutes. Then it cut off like someone flipped a switch. I sat there, not moving. My heart was racing for no reason I could explain. I finally got up and threw a few logs on the fire. I didn't go outside. I made a cup of instant coffee and sat at the little desk in the corner, staring out the frosted window. I told myself it was probably ice shifting in the trees. I could make weird sounds. I went back to sleep eventually, but it was a light, twitchy kind of sleep. A week later, I saw the first sign of people. At least I thought it was people. Human boot prints showed up about 50 yards from the cabin, just off the path I used to reach the weather station. They were deep, fresh, and moved through snow that had fallen the night before. The prints were wide-spaced, like the person was jogging or moving quickly. They circled part-way around the station, then disappeared into the forest. Not back toward the trailhead, deeper in. I radioed in that day. I reported possible trespassers. Dispatch told me nobody was clear to be in that area, and there had been no snowshoers, no hunters, no rescue teams. They asked if I wanted an airlift out. I said no. I figured someone might have gotten lost or decided to camp illegally in the backcountry. I knew how to deal with that. I said I'd keep my eyes open. They told me to check in twice daily instead of once, just to be safe. I started keeping my .30-30 rifle loaded and near the door. I also began locking the cabin at night, which I hadn't done before. Not because I was scared, just cautious. That's what I told myself. 3 days later, I found something that shook me up more than anything else. I was snowshoeing out toward the western ridge, where a couple of old firebreak trails crossed. I'd gone maybe a mile when I saw something red against the snow. At first, I thought it was a scarf or a piece of plastic. When I got closer, I saw it was a torn section of fabric. Heavy duty, like canvas or tent material. It had a deep rip down the middle, and there was something frozen into the edge, blood. Not a lot, but enough to make it clear. Next to it was a tree. A big pine, maybe 40 feet tall. Something had scraped the bark hard about 5 feet up. I could see wood shavings frozen in the snow below it. That was the first time I felt real fear. Not just unease, but that deep stomach-turning kind. I stood there for a long time, just looking at it. Then I hiked back to the station and radioed it in. They said they'd send a snowmobile patrol up from the base station, but it'd take them a couple days due to weather. I marked the location on my paper map and left a flag tied to a branch, just in case. That night, I didn't sleep. The forest felt too still. I kept thinking I heard something crunching in the snow outside, just beyond the cabin's light. I checked twice, stepping onto the porch with my rifle. Nothing, just black trees and wind. The next morning, the tracks were back. They circled the cabin completely this time. Big boot prints like before, but this time they came right up to the door. Stopped there, then turned and walked off into the woods. I could see where they'd stood still for maybe a full minute. The snow had melted slightly under the weight of whoever it was, then refrozen. No animal does that. I didn't even wait to call it in. I got on a radio and told dispatch I wanted out. They said the weather was bad for air support, and it would be at least 48 hours before they could get a snowcat up. They told me to stay inside, stay armed, and keep the radio close. I stayed inside all day, watching the woods. I kept the stove going hot, like that would help. I nailed a tarp over the windows and kept the lights low. That night, I stayed awake with the rifle across my lap. Around 3 a.m., something hit the side of the cabin hard enough to rattle the pans hanging in the small kitchen. I didn't go outside. I just sat there, sweating in my wool base layers, staring at the front door, waiting. It happened again an hour later. This time it was the back wall. A single heavy thump, like someone slamming a shoulder against the outside. No footsteps in the snow. No warning. Just the impact. By sunrise, I was wrecked. I stepped outside after it got light. No new tracks. No marks on the cabin walls. Like it hadn't happened. The snow was untouched, except where I'd stepped out the night before. I started to wonder if I'd hallucinated the whole thing. The patrol didn't show until late that night. 2 guys on snowmobiles, armed, with lights on full. I've never been so relieved to see another person in my life. I practically ran out to meet them when I heard the engines. They stayed the night, and in the morning, we hiked out to the flag location together. The fabric and blood were gone. The tree was still scraped, but the shavings had been buried by new snow. I could see it in their faces. They didn't believe me. They didn't say anything, but I could feel it. One of them stayed behind for the next shift. The other took me back with him. I didn't argue. When we got back to the base station, they asked me to fill out an incident report. I wrote it all down. The tracks, the sounds, the fabric, the hits on the cabin walls. I left out the part about not sleeping and crying the second night. That part was just for me. They never found anyone out there. No campers, no hunters, no missing persons. Just miles and miles of cold, silent forest. They shut Blackfur down the next winter. Said it wasn't worth staffing anymore. I don't tell people this story often. When I do, I stick to the facts. I was alone in the backcountry. I saw tracks, heard things, found strange signs, got scared, left. That's what happened. But in the back of my mind, I still wonder. I've been in the woods most of my life. I know animals and I know people. Whatever was out there with me that winter didn't act like either. It knew where I was. It knew how to move quietly. It knew how to scare me without showing itself. And worst of all, I think it wanted to be seen. Just enough. Not too much. Just enough to make me leave. It worked. I never went back. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 15 years now. Most of my time has been spent in the upper parts of Washington state, where the forests are thick and wet, the trails are long, and the weather can flip on you without much warning. I've been stationed all over, but this story happened when I was assigned to a smaller, lesser-known area near the Canadian border. The park didn't get a lot of traffic. It was mostly hunters in the fall and hardcore hikers in the summer. No gift shop, no paved trails, no campsites with picnic tables. Just raw forest, hills, creeks, and miles of old service roads winding through all. One summer, I was assigned solo coverage for a stretch of about 4 weeks. That's not unusual in some areas where budget's tight. I had a base cabin with a radio tower and solar panels, and I made rounds on a dirt bike or sometimes just on foot. That year had been dry, so the main concern was fire risk. Every few days, I'd ride out to check known fire spots or make sure no one was starting illegal campfires. About 2 weeks into that rotation, I found a makeshift fire ring in a spot that wasn't registered as a legal campsite. It was way off trail, up on the western ridge that didn't get a lot of foot traffic. The fire was long dead, just blackened stones and some half-burnt wood. But someone had clearly been there. There was a crushed can of beans nearby and a plastic wrapper from one of those freeze-dried hiking meals. That in itself wasn't strange. People ignore rules all the time. What was strange was the location. There was no real reason to camp up there. No view, no water source nearby. It was a thick part of the forest, mostly pine and spruce, and the undergrowth was hard to push through. The only way up there was a steep incline with no clear path. I noted the GPS coordinates and cleaned up what I could. I made a mental note to check again in a few days to make sure whoever it was hadn't come back. 3 days later, I came back and found a fresh fire ring. New wood, no ash, and another wrapper. Whoever it was hadn't left much behind, but they were definitely coming back. It wasn't a survivalist. This wasn't a prepper stash or an off-grid setup. There was no shelter, no tools, just signs of short visits. Maybe a hiker who liked to stay under the radar, I thought. So I started checking the area more often. Every other night, sometimes at dawn, sometimes at dusk. I never saw anyone, but each time I went, something new would show up. A plastic water bottle, an energy bar wrapper, boot prints in the dry dirt. No trash piles, no tent, just the bare minimum. That's when I started noticing the smell. It was faint at first, something sour, kind of like rotting meat, but not strong enough to be obvious. The kind of smell that drifts in and out with the wind. The third or fourth time I picked it up, I assumed maybe a deer had died nearby and the body was somewhere downwind. That's common, especially in that heat. But after a week, the smell wasn't going away. In fact, it was getting stronger. I started expanding my search radius. I looked downhill and even went down to the little dried up creek bed about 300 yards west. That's where I found the bones. At first glance, I thought it was just an animal, a deer or maybe even a bear. But the bones were clean, too clean. No fur, no soft tissue, not even dried skin. Just long, white, sun-bleached bones laid out in a loose pile. And it wasn't a full skeleton, just a partial one. A spine, some ribs, one femur. No skull. Now, I've seen animal remains plenty of times. The forest cleans things up quickly. Scavengers, bugs, weather. But this looked placed. It didn't look like it had been picked apart. It looked like someone had gathered them and left them there. I took pictures and marked the location. I sent a report to the regional office, but it was flagged as low priority. They probably figured it was just a dead animal, and I was being overly cautious. With budget cuts, not every report gets followed up right away. I decided to stake out the ridge one night. I hiked up just before sunset, brought a small thermal scope and enough gear to stay quiet and comfortable until morning. I settled in behind a down log about 50 yards from the fire ring. I watched the area all night. Nothing came. No animals, no people, no wind. Just dead stillness. Even the insects were quiet. It was around 4:30 in the morning when I heard the sound. It was faint at first, just a crunch of leaves. Then another. Steady. Slow. Something was walking up the slope. I switched on a thermal scope, scanned the area, and picked up nothing. I thought maybe the batteries were dying. I adjusted the focus. Still nothing. But I could hear it. Footsteps. Getting closer. Then it stopped. No wind. No birds. Just complete stillness again. I stayed there until sunrise. I never saw a thing. When I walked back down to the fire ring, it was different again. Another fire ring, this one fresh like someone had just walked away from it. But no footprints in the dirt. No signs of a body sitting or kneeling there. Just the ring, perfect and untouched. I checked the bones again. They were gone. I don't mean moved. I mean gone. No drag marks. No disturbance in the soil. Just an empty patch of dirt where they'd been. I didn't tell the office about that part. I figured if I started reporting vanishing bones and invisible people, they'd pull me off duty. Maybe they should have. I went back to the base cabin and pulled the trail camera logs. I had one motion-triggered cam about half a mile downhill from the ridge, pointed at a game trail. It had captured movement that night. One clip, 17 seconds. The footage showed nothing at first, just the dark forest. Then the camera shifted, like it had been bumped or nudged. Not knocked over, just slightly moved. Then it went back to normal. No animal appeared. No wind. No bugs flying across the lens. Just that small, strange shift like someone had adjusted the angle by hand and then walked away. I ordered 2 new cameras and set them up around the ridge the next day. I also left a camouflaged audio recorder nearby. I wanted to know if the sounds were real, if I could catch something physical, something I could bring back. The next morning, all 3 cameras were gone. They weren't broken or knocked over. They were gone. The straps were unbuckled neatly, like someone had taken them off on purpose. The audio recorder was still there, but had been moved about 6 feet and was turned off. I played the file back anyway. The last thing it recorded was 5 hours of regular forest noise, wind, birds, insects, then a long period of silence. And finally, near the end, a sound. Not an animal, not wind, just 3 slow footsteps and a soft metallic clicking sound. That was the last straw for me. I hiked out that afternoon and drove into town. I told my supervisor everything I'd seen. Not just the fire rings, but the bones, the smell, the footsteps, the missing equipment. I left out the part about the cameras being turned off cleanly. I said maybe there was someone squatting up there. Maybe even a dangerous person. They agreed to send a team in. 3 days later, they sent 2 rangers and 1 wildlife officer. I led them up the ridge, but the fire rings were gone. No wrappers, no trash, no bones. It was like nothing had ever been there. They did a full sweep of the area and found nothing. No footprints, no scent trails, no sign of long-term camping. They gave me a look like I'd made the whole thing up. Told me maybe it was just animals or poachers passing through. I could tell they didn't believe me. They didn't reassign me, but I knew I wasn't going back up that ridge again. Not alone. For the rest of that rotation, I stayed close to the base cabin, checked lowland trails, kept my reports short and simple. A few weeks later, after I'd rotated out and gone home, I got a call from another ranger who'd taken over my post. He asked if I'd ever noticed strange activity on the western ridge. I asked what he meant. He said one of the cameras he'd set up had been pulled clean off the tree and left on the ground. Still recording. The last 10 seconds of the file had picked up a person walking by, just the edge of a leg, barefoot, covered in mud. Then nothing. No ID, no follow-up. The file was erased by the time the regional office reviewed it. He told me that part off the record. I don't go back to that park anymore. That whole area feels wrong. It's not haunted, not cursed. but someone or something is living out there, off the grid, careful, patient, watching, and it doesn't want to be found. I've been working as a backcountry ranger in the Pacific Northwest for a little over 9 years now. Most of that time has been uneventful in the way you'd expect. Long hikes, trail maintenance, checking permits, giving directions, checking on campers. Boring stuff if you're the kind of person who needs constant excitement. But every so often, something happens that reminds you how thin the line really is between calm and chaos out here. Something that sticks in your head and doesn't let go. This happened in late summer, about 3 years ago. I was assigned to patrol a less visited area of the park near a long stretch of trail we call the Ridge Loop. It's remote, about 16 miles from the nearest trailhead, and doesn't get much foot traffic outside of seasoned backpackers or trail runners. The terrain out there is sharp and steep. Pine forests grip the slopes, and the further you go, the fewer signs of human activity you find. We have some primitive campsites up that way, mostly used by solo hikers who prefer to be off the grid for a while. That week, I had a 5-day loop scheduled, starting from the ranger station, heading out to the Ridge Loop, and circling back. I packed food for 6 days, emergency supplies, water filtration gear, and enough spare batteries to keep my GPS and radio running nonstop. It's standard practice to file an itinerary before going off-grid like that, and I followed protocol like always. My first day was fine. I passed a couple of hikers coming back the other way and logged their names. They didn't report anything unusual, just mentioned a lot of bear scat near mile 11, which wasn't unexpected for that area. I made camp near an alpine lake that night, about 9 miles in. The stars were out, and the forest was dead, quiet, except for the wind. Just another normal night in the wild. Day 2, I kept moving uphill toward the loop. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the stretch we call Needleback, a razor-thin ridgeline that snakes between 2 valleys. That spot always makes me uneasy, not because of anything supernatural, but because it's just dangerous. One misstep, and you'll tumble hundreds of feet in a steep, rocky forest. I crossed it without issue, but the air felt strange that day. Still, dry, like the woods were holding their breath. No birdsong, no rustling. Just the sound of my boots scraping against rock and the creak of my pack straps. By the time I reached Camp 3, a tiny clearing just big enough for a one-person tent, I'd walked nearly 18 miles and was beat. I set up camp, boiled water from a nearby stream, ate a dry meal, and jotted down my location in my logbook. I remember lying in my tent, headlamp off, thinking about how quiet everything was again. Even for this part of the park, it felt unnatural. No bugs, no owls, just that kind of silence that makes your ears ring. On the morning of day 3, things got strange. I packed up camp and started toward the northwest arm of the Ridge Loop. There's an old fire road up there that was abandoned decades ago. Technically, it's not on a map anymore, but still shows up as a faint cut through the trees if you know what to look for. We usually advise hikers to avoid it since it's easy to get turned around, but I'd been down it before and figured I'd cut through it to reach a newer trail on the far side. It would shave about 5 miles off my loop. About a mile down that road, I started noticing the trees, specifically the way they'd been marked. I stopped when I saw the first one, an old Douglas fir with deep gouges carved into the bark, spaced in perfect intervals. Not from claws, not from tools. It looked like someone had pressed a square object into the bark repeatedly, vertically about a foot apart each time. It wasn't the kind of thing a camper or hunter would do. I figured maybe a research team had come through and left some kind of mark, but I didn't remember seeing anything about it in the weekly logs. I kept going. The further I walked, the more of these marks I saw, on different trees, different heights, different angles. Some deep, some shallow. One tree had so many that its bark looked like a checkerboard. There were no tags, no ribbons, no signs of soil testing or drilling. Just these strange press marks on tree after tree. Eventually, I stopped trying to make sense of it. About half an hour later, I reached a dry creek bed that ran across the trail. I paused to check my GPS and refill my water. The signal was still good. I crouched by the creek and noticed something odd in the mud. Boot prints. Human. Recent. Maybe a day old. That in itself wasn't weird, but they didn't follow the trail in either direction. They came from the east slope, cut across the creek, and vanished into the woods on the other side. I followed them. I didn't plan to go far, just far enough to see if someone had gone off trail and gotten lost, maybe left a tarp or some trash behind. But I kept walking. The prints were spaced close, like the person had been moving slowly or limping. I followed them maybe 70 yards into the trees when I started noticing a smell. Not strong, just odd. Metallic maybe, or sweet. Hard to place. I crested a small rise and saw the ground open up ahead, an old quarry pit or landslide depression, maybe 40 feet across and 20 feet deep. Steep sides, dark soil, no vegetation. At first, I thought it was natural, but then I noticed the logs. They were arranged along the rim of the pit in a rough square, for long beams, weathered gray, partly buried in moss and leaf litter. Man-made. Someone had shaped this place. And at the center of the pit, I saw a shape that didn't belong. A tarp, maybe? Blue or green. I couldn't be sure from that distance. I slid down the slope. The tarp was green, old, partly shredded. When I reached it, I saw what it had been covering. It was a hole, perfectly circular, maybe 3 feet wide, bored straight into the earth at the bottom of the pit. I couldn't see how deep it went. No odor, no markings, just a black mouth in the dirt, smooth around the edges like it had been dug with precision. I don't scare easily, but standing there looking down into that thing, every hair on my neck went up. Something about it just didn't feel right. Too clean, too precise, too at a place. I backed away and looked around. No other sign of life. No gear, no trash, no footprints except the ones I'd followed, and mine. I took a GPS reading and marked the location in my logbook. Then I hiked back to the trail, took a longer route, and made camp 10 miles away. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not because of noise, because there wasn't any. The forest was dead again. That same weird silence. The air felt thick, even though it was cool out. I kept thinking about that pit, that hole. What it was for? Who made it? Why the ground around it had no plants, no bugs, no signs of life. I wanted to radio it in, but the signal was too weak from where I was. I made a note to report it once I got closer to the station. The next morning, I started hiking back. I had 2 days left on my loop. I figured I'd finish the route and swing by the pit again on my way out, see if anything had changed. But halfway through that day's hike, something happened that made me change plans. I found a dead deer. Nothing unusual about that, except this one hadn't been scavenged. No wounds, no blood, just lying in the middle of the trail, stiff as a board, legs tucked under like it had just dropped dead mid-step. Its eyes were wide open, tongue hanging out, no visible injuries, no bloating. And the worst part, it had flies on it, but they weren't moving, just sitting there, like they'd landed and died too. That's when I turned around. I took the most direct route back to the trailhead. Hiked fast, 15 miles in one day. Camped just long enough to eat and rest. By the end of the next day, I was back at the ranger station. I filed a full report, gave the GPS coordinates, logged my photos. A team was sent out the next day. They didn't find the hole. They found the pit, the tarp, the logs, but the hole in the middle was gone, filled in. No trace of recent digging. The soil didn't look disturbed. My photos showed a clear hole, clean edge deep. But in person, it was just a flat patch of dirt. Worse, the tree markings I saw were gone. The trees were there, but the bark was clean. No square impressions. No checkerboards. The boot prints were gone too. For a while, I thought maybe I'd made a mistake. Maybe I was tired seeing things. Maybe it had been some kind of weird natural formation that got filled in by rain or wind. But the weather had been dry all week, and that wasn't the part that bothered me the most. What bothered me was the logbook. My log. Every day I make notes in my book. Date, time, location, details. I had marked the coordinates of the pit and the hole. I remembered writing it down. I remembered double-checking it. When I went to show my supervisor, those pages were missing. The rest of the trip was logged. Day 1, Day 2, but Day 3 was gone. Ripped out clean. No torn edges. No trace. Just missing. I hadn't touched that book since I got back. To this day, I don't know who or what made that pit, or why someone would go through the trouble of removing any trace of it. I've been back to that part of the trail a few times since. There's nothing there now, just trees and silence. I avoid it when I can. Some things out here aren't supernatural. They're just buried, hidden, covered up, maybe by people, maybe by time. But every so often, the ground opens up and shows you something you're not supposed to see. Then I worked as a seasonal park ranger for 7 years in different parts of the country, but this story takes place during my third summer, out in the desert country of eastern Utah, near a dried-up lake bed not too far from the Colorado border. The area isn't exactly a tourist hotspot. It's dry hot, mostly flat, with sandstone cliffs rising up here and there, scattered pinyon and juniper, and endless stretches of nothing. The kind of place that makes you hear your own heartbeat at night. I was stationed at a small outpost, just a tiny ranger shack with a generator, radio, water tank, and a cot. The closest town was over 40 miles away. There were some hiking trails, a few primitive campsites, and a large area we referred to as Dry Lake, a wide, cracked, sun-blasted bowl that hadn't seen water in decades, but still drew some weird attention from rockhounds and amateur geologists. I was told people sometimes came out there to collect minerals or look for fossils, but mostly it was empty. My job was to patrol it, check on any campers, keep people from driving off designated roads, and monitor wildlife. There wasn't much wildlife, to be honest. Coyotes, jackrabbits, the occasional bobcat, and a lot of lizards. You'd hear the coyotes at night, but you didn't see much else unless you really went looking for it. The only thing that really stood out was the heat. It wasn't like the heat in the cities. This was a dry, relentless kind of heat that got into your bones and never left, even after the sun went down. You'd sweat out your water faster than you could drink it if you weren't careful. That summer, temperatures were hitting 110 degrees Fahrenheit on the regular. I usually did solo patrols in a beat-up government truck. Old two-door F-150 with a radio and a GPS tracker that only half worked. Sometimes I'd hike out on foot, but it wasn't encouraged when the heat was that high. My patrol zone was huge, mostly in used land with a few dirt roads cutting through it. The Rangers referred to the area around Dry Lake as the backlit because it felt like some movie set no one ever used. It was flat, empty, and quiet. Too quiet sometimes. I didn't think much of it until early July. That's when I started noticing some strange things out near the lake. It started with tire tracks. I noticed them while doing a routine patrol. They weren't on any of the marked roads or OHV trails. They cut straight across the cracked mud bed of Dry Lake and then vanished near the southern edge, where the basin started to rise up into rocky foothills. I stopped the truck and got out. The tires weren't wide enough to be from a normal pickup or off-roader. More like something smaller. Compact car, maybe. But what stuck out was how deep the tracks were. Too deep. Like whatever it was had been carrying a heavy load. There were no footprints near the tracks. No boot marks. No trash. No signs anyone had gotten out. It was like a vehicle had come in, made a sharp turn, and vanished. I followed the tracks for maybe 100 yards on foot until they stopped. The desert wind had swept part of the trail away, but it was weird how suddenly they ended. Like the car had sunk or taken off straight into the air. I logged it as unusual vehicle activity and moved on. A few days later, I got a call from dispatch about a missing person report. Guy from Salt Lake City, mid-30s, amateur rockhound, hadn't checked in with his wife after going out to the desert to look for geodes or something. She knew he was somewhere in eastern Utah, but didn't know where exactly. Said he'd emailed her GPS coordinates of a place he wanted to check out. The coordinates put him about 10 miles from Dry Lake. I was told to keep an eye out, but I wasn't the only ranger working the larger region. Search efforts were already underway closer to Moab. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling it might be connected to those tracks I saw. I drove back out to the area the next morning. No new tracks. Nothing to suggest anyone had been there since. I even hiked along the edge of the foothills where the rocks start to rise. It was hot as hell, over 105 by mid-morning, and I was out of water by the time I got back to the truck. No sign of him. No signs of life at all. Then, things started getting worse. One evening, I decided to do a sunset patrol on foot near the east side of the lake. The light was low and orange, shadows long, and the air buzzing with heat. I was just hiking along the edge of the basin when I noticed something sticking out of the ground about 30 feet ahead. At first, I thought it was a bush or maybe a piece of broken equipment. Sometimes old cattle fencing or abandoned ranch gear turn up out here. But as I got closer, I realized it was part of a tent. Just a corner of it, mostly buried under a shallow layer of dirt and loose sand. The fabric was sun-bleached and torn, but I could see the outline of the frame under it. I dropped to one knee and pulled it back. There were other things buried with it. A hiking boot, an empty water bottle, a crushed pair of sunglasses. I spent the next hour carefully digging with my hands and marking the area with flagging tape. I didn't want to disturb it too much. It could have been related to the missing person, but something was off. The tent wasn't just collapsed. It was torn open from the side, like it had been shredded. I know desert winds could do a number on cheap fabric, but this looked deliberate, sliced. There were holes in the ground nearby, little scoop-like marks like someone had been digging. Not with a shovel either, like claw marks or someone digging with their hands. I backed off and called it in. Forensics came the next day. They told me later the items matched what the missing guy's wife had described. No body, just the tent and his gear. That was enough to rattle me, but I still had to do my job. The next few nights, I couldn't sleep right. The wind would kick up around 2 a.m. and slam into the side of the shack like a freight train. The generator made these loud coughing sounds, and sometimes I'd hear faint thumps outside, like something was walking around out there. I told myself it was just the wind, probably a deer or maybe a bobcat. A week later, I found something worse. I was doing another drive around the lake's perimeter. It was almost noon, blazing hot, and I saw something glinting out in the sun about 300 yards off the dirt road. At first I thought it was trash, maybe a soda can or a piece of foil, but it kept catching the light at weird angles. I parked the truck and walked out to it. It was a camera, a small GoPro-looking thing with a cracked lens, half melted and scorched. The plastic casing had warped like it had been left in fire. I picked it up with a gloved hand and saw it had a small memory card still inside. I brought it back to the shack and downloaded the files onto the old desktop we kept for reports. Most of the footage was unusable, just static and heat warp distortion. But one file was partly intact. No sound, just blurry footage of the dry lake bed during sunset. The camera was aimed at the cracked ground, slightly tilted. You could see shadows moving just outside the frame, fast and erratic. Then a quick motion, something crossing in front of the lens, followed by a jolt, like the camera had been knocked over. Then nothing, just shaking and static for the rest of the file. I handed the card over to law enforcement when they came to follow up. They said it was inconclusive. I agree, but the way that camera had been scorched and the way the footage ended, I didn't like it. The final straw came in early August. I was doing a night patrol in the truck. Full moon, clear skies, and I had the windows rolled down to try and get some cooler air. I was coming up over a rise near the western edge of Dry Lake when I saw a shape up ahead. Something sitting in the middle of the road. I slowed the truck. It wasn't an animal. It looked like a cooler. I stopped, got out with my flashlight, and walked up to it. It was a red plastic cooler, the kind people bring on camping trips. The lid was cracked open. I knelt down, opened it slowly. Inside were bones. Not animal bones. These were clean, white, and small. Like fingers. Human fingers. Maybe 5 or 6, stacked neatly inside. I stumbled back and nearly dropped my light. I radioed it in immediately and waited by the truck with my sidearm out. Nobody came. The next morning, law enforcement arrived and took over the site. No prints on the cooler. No tracks. Just a box full of clean human bones left in the road. That was it for me. I filed for reassignment by the end of the week. They let me finish out the season, but I didn't do any more solo patrols after dark. I stayed close to base, did paperwork, and counted the days until I could leave. They never figured out what happened to the missing man. The bones didn't belong to him. DNA said they were from a woman, but there were no matching records in the database. They ruled it as undetermined suspicious activity, and that was that. The case stayed open, but nobody talked about it. Nobody wanted to. I still think about that summer. The empty lake, the scorched camera, the shredded tent, the bones in the cooler. It all pointed to something going on out there. Something methodical, something cruel. Not ghosts, not aliens. Something human. Maybe a person, maybe a group. I don't know. All I know is this: whatever happened out there, it wasn't an accident. Someone was using Dry Lake for something. Something bad. And they knew the land well enough to disappear without a trace. That place still shows up in my dreams. That wide, flat, sun-baked emptiness where things go to be forgotten. And every time I dream about it, I see new tire tracks leading nowhere. It was the end of May when I got assigned to a remote part of the Pacific Northwest, a chunk of national forest that most tourists never bothered to visit. It was about a 45-minute drive off the main highway, then another hour of rough road before reaching the outpost. The station was called Ridgeway Lookout, built in the 60s and barely updated since. It was tucked in a part of the park that people only really used during fire season or when someone went missing. Most of the time, it just sat out there empty. I've been a park ranger for 6 years by then, and I thought I'd seen enough weird things to stop being surprised. I'd found people lost for days that didn't even know they were lost. I pulled out bodies, drownings, hypothermia, falls. Nature is brutal, even without anything unnatural going on. But this assignment was different right from the start. I wasn't sent with a partner, which was unusual for that level of isolation. It was just me, a radio, and a gas generator that worked when it felt like it. They told me it was just routine monitoring. Record the weather, check the trail cams, and keep an eye out for fires or trespassers. The first few days were peaceful. Quiet mornings with the sun breaking through thick trees, cold air that smelled like pine and damp earth, and the occasional elk or bear in the distance. I settled into the rhythm easily. My schedule was simple. Hike out to 3 camera sites every day, check batteries and memory cards, and hike back before dark. Evenings were spent logging data and cooking whatever I'd brought in cans. I didn't mind the loneliness. Actually, I preferred it. But something shifted about 10 days in. I'd started noticing that things weren't lining up with the maps. I've been issued printed topographic maps and had my own GPS unit, and I always carried both. The camera locations were marked clearly, and I made sure to stick to the trails. But one day, when I went to check the second camera, about 5 miles east of the station, I found it wasn't where it was supposed to be. At first, I thought maybe an animal had knocked it loose or someone had moved it. But the camera was still strapped to the same tree, facing the same direction. The only problem was that the tree it was attached to didn't match the coordinates. It was nearly 200 feet off the trail. That might not sound like a lot, but for a job that relies on precision, it raised questions. I checked the GPS 3 times. I thought maybe the signal was glitching because of tree cover, so I pulled out the compass too. Same result. The camera was not where it had been originally installed. I chalked it up to user error. Maybe I'd logged it wrong. Maybe I was the one off, not the camera. I noted the new coordinates and carried on. But a few days later, the same thing happened with the third camera. Only this time, it wasn't just moved. It was turned around completely, pointed into a thicket of undergrowth. There was no trail in that direction, just brush and trees, so dense it looked like no one had ever walked through it. The strap on that camera was looser too, almost like someone had messed with it. Again, I told myself it was probably an animal. Maybe a bear had sniffed it and bumped it. But when I took the memory card back to the station and reviewed the footage, I didn't see a bear. I didn't see anything. The video file stopped abruptly 3 nights earlier. Just hours of forest, night vision grain, and then static. That's when I stopped sleeping through the night. Something about being alone out there with things not making sense. It started to weigh on me. I began triple-checking the locks on the outpost door. I started keeping my sidearm closer than usual. Even inside the station, I felt watched. Like something was just outside the ring of trees, standing still, waiting. The kind of feeling you can't explain to someone who's never had it. A couple nights later, I was woken up by the sound of metal. It was this loud, sudden clang like someone had dropped something heavy. I bolted up, heart racing. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. Everything was still. The trees swayed gently in the wind, and I didn't see anything moving. But when I walked around the side of the outpost, I found the lid to the propane storage hatch open. It's a heavy, reinforced steel lid with a latch you have to slide and lift at the same time. Even in broad daylight, it takes some effort. It wasn't something that wind could open. Nothing was taken, nothing damaged, just open. I shut it and latched it tight, but from that point forward, I was on edge all the time. I stopped taking the same route to the cameras. I started hiding my tracks when I could. I even moved the trail cam memory cards to different spots each night, just to make sure no one else could get to them. I tried calling into HQ on the radio that morning, but the signal was garbage. All I got was static and a few words cutting in and out. I climbed up the tower and tried again, but it didn't help much. I figured I'd wait until the weekly satellite check-in, which was due in a couple days. The next day, I found a boot print. It was fresh, still crisp in wet dirt. Not mine. Too large, and the tread pattern didn't match my boots. It was only a few hundred yards from the second camera site. One print. No trail, no other signs. Just one perfectly clear footprint on a patch of damp ground. That's when I knew for sure I wasn't alone. I started checking the woods more carefully, watching for movement, listening at night. I started noticing small things, branches that looked like they'd been stepped on recently, sections of trail that had scuffed marks or rocks out of place. Once, I found a pile of small stones stacked neatly under the outpost steps. 5 stones in a pyramid, almost like a marker. I knocked it over, but the next morning it was there again. Same number, same shape. I wanted to leave, but I didn't want to call for backup unless I had proof of actual danger. It was my job to stick it out. Rangers aren't supposed to panic just because something weird happens. And so I stayed. On the 16th day, I found a first dead animal. It was a raccoon laid out neatly in the middle of the trail. It wasn't torn apart like a predator had gotten it. It wasn't bloated like it had died from poison or disease. It was just there. Its fur was still clean, eyes wide open, paws curled up against its chest like it had fallen asleep. But it was stiff, and the dirt around it was untouched. No drag marks, no blood. Just dead. The next day, there was a fox, then a rabbit, then a deer. Always one at a time, always neatly placed along my hiking path, like someone was leaving them for me to find. I took photos, logged them, but there was no sign of trauma, no signs of illness. They just stopped living. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, sidearm in hand, lights off, watching the tree lean through the window. Around 3 a.m., I saw a flashlight in the distance. Just one. It moved slowly, weaving between trees about 300 yards out. I kept still, watched it move for maybe 10 minutes, and then it disappeared. No sound, no footsteps, just gone. The next morning, I went to where I saw the light. No prints, no sign anyone had been there. But the third camera, the one that had been turned before, was missing. The tree it had been strapped to was still there, but the strap had been cut cleanly, like with a knife. I searched the whole area for it, but it was just gone. I knew I had to get out. That afternoon, I packed up my gear, locked the outpost, and started the long hike back to the service road. My plan was to reach the gravel turnout by dark, set up camp, and call for a ride out in the morning when I got signal again. I made it maybe 3 miles before I heard something behind me. Not close, but steady. Footsteps. I stopped, they stopped. I moved again, they moved again. I turned around a few times, but never saw anyone. Just trees. The sound would stop when I stopped and pick back up when I started moving. Not fast, just always there. I broke into a full sprint after the 4th time I heard it. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, pack bouncing behind me, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached a small clearing about a mile from the service road. I waited, hidden in the brush. The footsteps never came into the clearing, but I saw something else. There was a man, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing dark clothes, standing just at the edge of the tree line across the clearing. Not moving, not looking around, just standing there, watching. I didn't wait. I got out my emergency beacon and hit the button. Then I ran again. When the crew finally reached me 4 hours later, they said I was pale, shaking, barely able to explain what happened. They asked if I'd seen a bear or maybe some illegal hunters squatting in the area. I told them everything, down to the stones, the lights, the missing camera. I handed over the memory cards and my notebook. A week later, they shut down the Ridgeway station for maintenance. They never told me what they found, or if they even investigated further. My report got buried under paperwork. They transferred me to a more public-facing post near a popular lake with campers and families and boats. I've never been sent out to a remote station again. I didn't ask why, but I still think about that place. I think about how the camera moved. I think about the dead animals, the missing gear, and the man watching from the trees. And sometimes I wonder if he was just one man, or if there were more. I've been a park ranger for 15 years. Most of those years were spent working in North Cascades National Park in Washington State. It's a huge stretch of rugged mountain country, sharp granite peaks, steep valleys, deep forest, and hundreds of glaciers slowly melting down into turquoise rivers. Beautiful country, but it's hard country too. You can't drive through most of it. You hike, and when you think you've hiked far enough, you keep going. It's not for the soft-footed or those who panic easily. One summer a few years back, I got assigned to Glacier Fork Station, one of the more remote backcountry stations we maintain near the tail end of a popular trail that eventually led up into a dead-end valley beneath two massive glaciers, Odin and Raven. You'd have to hike about 13 miles just to get there from the nearest trailhead. It wasn't much, just a basic cabin with food storage, bunks, and a radio antenna set up to send out messages to HQ if needed. Most of the time, I worked there alone. That week, I was doing a solo shift, checking hiker permits, monitoring trail conditions, and making sure the bears weren't getting too used to people. This was early July. Most of the snow had melted down below 6,000 feet, but the glacier runoff was in full force. That water comes down icy and fast, full of silt and debris. One of the things we're trained to do is monitor the condition of bridges and crossings, because those things can go out without warning. People slip, rocks fall, trees get uprooted. So every few days, I'd hike out from the station and check the trail segment leading down to the first footbridge near Glacier Fork Creek. It was a narrow wood-end cable bridge about 40 feet long over some very fast-moving water. On the fourth day of my rotation, I loaded up my pack and made the hike down to that crossing like I'd done many times before. It was maybe 7 in the morning when I left, clear skies, no wind, just the normal sound of runoff roaring through the valley. You could smell the water, cold and mineral heavy. I passed a few hikers headed back the other way, and everything seemed normal. When I got to the bridge, I noticed a few small issues right away. The ground anchors at both ends had some erosion around them. One of the wooden planks was starting to split. I made a mental note to mark it off as high priority repair work, took a few pictures with my work phone, and crossed over to inspect the far side. That's when I noticed something caught in the rocks down below, about 50 yards upstream. It was bright, like something metallic, almost like the way sun hits foil. That stood out because most of what you see in glacier runoff is dull, gray rocks, frothy white water, maybe a log or two. I squinted, thinking maybe it was a piece of gear someone had lost, a trekking pole, or even part of tent. But the more I looked, the more it bothered me. It looked too smooth, too clean. I figured I'd hike up a bit and check it out. There was no trail where I was going. I had a bushwhack, stepping over slick boulders and logs, staying as close to the water as I could. The noise of the creek drowned out everything, even my own footfalls. It's a weird feeling being surrounded by trees and water, but hearing nothing else. Not birds, not branches, just rushing water. You start to feel like you're inside something alive. I got close enough to see what it was, and I stopped cold. It wasn't gear. It was a cooler. A plastic cooler, like the kind people bring to picnics. Bright blue with a white lid, wedged between two boulders in a little eddy where the water spun slow. I felt that weird, tight feeling in my gut. Coolers don't just end up this far upriver. This stretch of creek didn't run anywhere near a road or a campground. For someone to have dropped a cooler here, they'd have to hike it in themselves, and that made no sense. I scrambled down and pulled it loose. It wasn't heavy. The lid was cracked open, and the inside was full of soaked paper, some kind of food wrappers, and one of those tiny propane stove canisters. I dumped it all out on a dry rock and started sorting through it. Some of the stuff had names on it, receipts mostly. One had a last name that I recognized from the permit logs. Haskins, a solo hiker, male, early 30s, who'd entered the park 3 days earlier but hadn't checked out yet. He'd listed a plan to do the Odin Raven Loop and exit out through the Easter Trailhead. He was due back that evening. That raised a flag in my head. This guy shouldn't have been anywhere near where I was standing. This area wasn't part of the loop. And even if it was, why would he ditch a cooler full of supplies in the river? I packed everything into a dry bag and marked the GPS location. Then I started looking around to see if there were any other signs, trash, gear, footprints, anything. What I saw instead was another flash of color farther upstream, maybe another 100 yards. This one was red. I moved fast, cutting up along the rock face. As I got closer, I realized it was a torn piece of fabric. A jacket sleeve. It was snagged on a branch above the waterline, twisted like it had been yanked off. The fabric was heavy-duty nylon, the kind people use for outer shells in rough weather. It matched the gear description we had on file for Haskins. That's when I started to feel the full weight of the situation. I called in on my SAT radio and got a scratchy reply from dispatch. They told me to secure the scene and stay put if I found anything else. A chopper wasn't an option that day due to wind conditions higher up, but they'd start putting together a search and rescue team and try to send someone in by foot within 12 hours. I didn't want to wait. I kept searching, following the riverbank as far as I could. After maybe half an hour, I found a first real sign of something bad. It was a boot, just one, wedged under a flat boulder near the edge of the water. It was still laced, and the tongue was pulled out like someone had yanked their foot out fast. There were no signs of blood, no bite marks, no tearing, just a single boot, empty. That didn't make sense. If he'd fallen, the river would have carried the body downstream. But everything I found was upstream, away from the footbridge. I sat there for a while, just staring at the water. I didn't want to admit it, but I felt spooked. Not by anything supernatural. I don't believe in that. But something was wrong. Out of place. The more I walked that river, the more I realized it wasn't just a case of someone falling. Something had made him go upstream into harder terrain. Something had forced him to move fast. I could see it in the pattern of the gear left behind, like he'd been shedding weight as he went. First the cooler, then the jacket, then the boot. I stayed out there until dark, going farther than I probably should have. Eventually, I made camp near a cliffside where I could see down into a wide basin the creek fed into. I used my emergency tarp to make a lean-to and kept the fire low. I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up to noises, rocks falling, branches snapping. Could have been animals. Probably was. But it felt too rhythmic, like someone was moving just out of sight. By morning, I found what I'd been dreading. Just after dawn, I spotted something pale tangled in a logjam near the far end of the basin. I scrambled down, half slipping on the wet moss, and by the time I got there, I knew it was him. Haskins, face down, wedged under a tree trunk. He was missing his pack, one boot, his jacket, and one of his arms. No blood in the water. No torn flesh. It looked like it had been pulled clean, like it had popped out of the socket. I threw up. Later that day, the SAR team made it in. They helped recover the body and sent it out by chopper once the winds died down. I stayed behind to give my report and help close the trail section. The official cause of death was listed as exposure and traumatic injury, possibly from a fall or being swept under debris. But that never sat right with me. I know what those injuries look like. I've recovered bodies from falls, bear attacks, even drownings. But I've never seen anything like this. No tearing, no struggle, just gone. I kept going back over the gear trail in my head. Every item I found was dropped in a straight line. No zigzag, no circling back. Like he was moving fast in one direction. Like he was being chased. We never found out what really happened. No signs of other people in the area. No bear tracks. No blood trail. Nothing. After that summer, I asked for a transfer. I still work in a park system, but I don't do backcountry alone anymore. And I don't go near glacier runoff zones without backup. You see, the wild doesn't need monsters or ghosts to be terrifying. Sometimes it's enough just not knowing. Sometimes the scariest thing is realizing that something out there moved a man to run uphill, shedding gear like breadcrumbs until his body just gave out, until he became part of the river. And we never did find that missing arm. I took the posting because I wanted to be away from everything for a while. After 10 years of working in busy parks with tourists, loud kids, search and rescues every other week, and the occasional city kid getting themselves lost 2 miles from their car, I needed a break. I asked to be assigned to a more remote area, somewhere with fewer campers, less traffic, and more silence. The Ranger Service sent me to a section of protected forest land near the border of northern Idaho and eastern Washington. Thick forest, steep valleys, barely maintained trails, and no cell reception anywhere. There were a few remote cabins used by scientists or researchers, but for the most part, I'd be alone. There wasn't even a ranger station up there, just a small one-room outpost cabin with a cot, stove, radio, and not much else. Everything else I needed, I had to bring myself. My job was to patrol and document conditions, trail stability, signs of poaching, wildlife activity, weather damage, stuff like that. Most days, I'd hike 15 or 20 miles, sleep in a bivvy or under a tarp, and make it back to the outpost every few days to restock and file my reports via radio. I arrived in early May. There were still patches of snow in some valleys, and a lot of the trails hadn't been used all winter. On my first patrol, I had to clear a few downed trees and dig out some blocked runoff trenches. That first week was hard work, but peaceful. Just the sound of the wind in the trees, a few birds, the occasional deer stepping through brush. At night it got cold, but I had a fire and a heavy sleeping bag, and I was used to worse. I had no reason to suspect anything was off during my first week. The place was just what I wanted, quiet, cut off from people, and completely natural. That changed about 10 days in. I was doing a long patrol loop down into a deep valley that hadn't been walked in probably 6 months. I was supposed to follow a flagged path for about 8 miles, then cross a small river, and climb back out on the other side to check an old fire lookout that hadn't been used in years. The trail into the valley was in worse shape than I expected. Muddy, overgrown in parts, and no fresh signs of animals either. Usually I'd see at least a few elk tracks or deer droppings, but this valley was almost dead quiet. I got to the river in the early afternoon. It had risen a bit from snow melt, but I crossed fine using a big log someone had dragged across it years ago. On the other side, I started the climb up the opposite slope. The trees were thicker there, tight pines and underbrush. The trail markers were almost gone. I had to go by map and compass. After an hour or so, I realized I was moving slower than expected. Not because of the terrain, but because I kept stopping. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but something about the forest felt wrong. I'd grown up around woods, hunted and fished most of my life. You get used to certain sounds and smells. But this forest was too quiet. No wind, no birds, no insects. It was the middle of the day, and the air felt heavy, like before a storm, except the sky was clear. I kept going, telling myself I was just being jumpy. Maybe the cold air from the valley was messing with my head. I got to the old lookout around 4:30 p.m. It was half collapsed, barely standing on its stilts. I did a quick check, more out of routine than anything. It was obvious no one had used it in years. I set up camp a few hundred yards downhill on a flat shelf with a good view of the valley below. I cooked some food, wrote notes in my field journal, and was about to turn in when I saw something that made my stomach drop. Across the valley, maybe 2 miles away, I saw smoke. Not the thin line from a campfire. This was thick, white, fast-rising smoke like something was burning hot. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the slope across from me. I saw nothing at first, just trees and snow patches. Then I caught it, a dark shape moving through the trees. It was too far to make out details, but it was big, at least the size of a moose, but wrong in shape. It moved low, with purpose, and disappeared again behind a ridge. I sat frozen for a good 10 minutes. I knew no one was supposed to be in that valley. It wasn't a campsite. No trails even ran along that side of the slope. I checked my map again. That area was marked as a no-access zone, protected watershed. Even rangers weren't supposed to go in there unless there was an emergency. But something was there. I watched the smoke until it faded out an hour later. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every twig snap sounded too close. At one point, I heard heavy steps up the hill behind my camp. Not fast or close, just slow and steady, moving through brush. I sat in my sleeping bag, knife in hand, until it passed. In the morning, I considered heading back to the outpost, but part of me needed to know what I saw. So I packed up, crossed back over the river, and started making my way toward the smoke's origin. I knew I'd be outside of my assigned patrol zone and technically breaking rules, but I justified in my head. Maybe a poacher camp, maybe someone hurt. I had to check. The closer I got, the more wrong things felt. The trees changed subtly. Taller, older, packed tighter together. The forest floor was bare. No leaves, no needles, no animal sign. It was like something had swept the ground clean. I started seeing things nailed into trees. Small metal tags. No markings, just weathered circles of steel stuck in at head height. Some looked fresh. Others were rusted through. Then I found a path. It wasn't on any map, not even an old trail. It was a narrow, straight cut through the trees, about 2 feet wide, with the dirt packed hard as rock. It went on in both directions, farther than I could see. No curves, just a perfect straight line through untouched woods. I followed it uphill. After about 20 minutes, I saw the first structure. It was a small wooden post, like a mile marker or boundary pole. But the top had a weird shape, like someone had carved a dome and drilled holes into it. A few feet beyond it, I saw another. Then another. I counted 12 in total, spaced maybe 20 yards apart. I stopped and took pictures, wrote some notes, and was about to turn around when I noticed something carved into the ground. A symbol, big, at least 4 feet wide. It had been dug or scraped into the dirt right in the middle of the path between 2 of the poles. A circle, some lines through it. Looked mathematical, almost like an engineer's diagram. I'd never seen anything like it. That was when I heard the engine. It wasn't close, but it was moving fast. Not a car or truck. It had that deep whine like heavy equipment, maybe a generator or something running on diesel. I dropped and hid behind a fallen tree just off the path. The sound got louder. Then I saw it. A black UTV came up the path, 2 men inside, both wearing dark uniforms. No markings, helmets with visors. One held a tablet and kept pointing at it. The other drove. They passed by without seeing me. I stayed hidden until the sound faded, heart pounding. These weren't Forest Service guys. No patches, no visible weapons, no radio chatter. They looked military, but not official. After they were gone, I debated what to do. I didn't want to get caught, but I couldn't just leave. I made a note of where I was, marked the location on my GPS, though I knew it probably wouldn't sync properly until I got out, and started heading north, parallel to the strange path, but off trail. For the next hour, I followed the sounds, distant machines, occasional voices echoing through the trees. Then I saw the fence. It was tall, metal, with barbed wire on top. Looked new, extended in both directions through the forest. On my side of it, there were small motion sensors on posts and a few low-mounted cameras. Beyond it, the forest was clear, like someone had mowed it down for 50 feet inside the fence. And past that clearing, I saw buildings. Not tents, permanent buildings. Long, flat structures with air vents, antennae, satellite dishes. Trucks parked in rows. Storage containers. And a tall tower in the center with what looked like high-end surveillance gear spinning slowly. I stayed just inside the tree line and took pictures. None of this was on any public record or map. I checked later. Nothing showed up on satellite either. Whatever this place was, it wasn't supposed to be known. I left fast, cutting across country for miles, avoiding the strange path, moving until my legs gave out and I had to sleep. The next day, I made it back to the outpost cabin. I cleaned up, changed clothes, and tried to call in via radio. Nothing but static. Not even the usual weather band. The line was dead. I didn't stay the night. I packed everything and started the hike out to the Ranger Service Road that led to the nearest town. It took me nearly 2 full days on foot. When I got back to the ranger office and asked about the dead radio, they told me there'd been no outage. They said their logs showed a signal from my unit 2 days earlier. That wasn't possible. I hadn't transmitted anything. Someone else had. I turned to my report, but left out the parts about the buildings and the path. I kept those notes separate, printed the pictures, took everything home with me. A week later, someone from an unnamed federal department showed up at my apartment. They asked a lot of questions, mostly about my patrol routes, my equipment. I was the only ranger stationed at a remote fire lookout. What I found deep in that forest still haunts me. I started my park ranger job fresh out of college. I had a degree in environmental science and no real plan. A professor I liked once told me that the best way to understand the land was to live in it. That stuck with me. So when I saw a posting for a seasonal fire lookout position in a remote part of northern Washington, I applied. It was a 3-month assignment. Live alone in a lookout tower, report any signs of wildfire, monitor weather changes, and occasionally hike to check on equipment. No tourists, no co-workers, just me, a small cabin on stilts, and miles of dense, untouched forest. It sounded perfect, peaceful even. The tower was called Clarity Point. It sat on a narrow ridge, surrounded by steep drop-offs and thick evergreen woods on every side. The only road in was a poorly maintained gravel trail that twisted for nearly 30 miles from the ranger station at the base. It took a full 2 hours to get there in the beat-up Forest Service truck. Once I got dropped off, I was on my own. There was no cell service, no internet. I had a satellite radio for emergency contact and a weekly check-in schedule with the base. That was it. The first week was everything I wanted. I woke up early, brewed strong coffee over a small propane stove, and watched the fog lift off the trees like steam rising from a boiling pot. The forest was beautiful in the mornings, quiet, misty, full of subtle sounds. Birds chirping, branches settling, the occasional crack of a deer stepping on fallen limbs. I kept a journal. Log temperatures, wind direction, cloud cover. Scanned the tree line with binoculars and marked down anything strange. But mostly I watched. Some nights, I'd sit out on the narrow balcony of the tower and look up at the sky. It was pitch black out there, no light pollution for hundreds of miles. The stars looked close enough to touch. That part was incredible. I remember thinking, this is the most peace I've ever felt. But things started changing in the second week. Subtle at first. The first weird thing I noticed was a low humming sound late at night. It was faint, barely noticeable over the wind, but it wasn't natural. It had a mechanical tone like something spinning slowly deep underground. At first, I thought it was in my head. Maybe I was hearing the distant rumble of a train, but there were no tracks out here. The sound would fade in, hang there for a few minutes, then fade out. I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was old logging equipment rusting away out there in the trees. A few days later, I came across something odd while hiking down the ridge to check on a trail camera. It was a small clearing about 3 miles from the tower, nothing special. But in the middle of it was a wooden post stuck into the ground with a thick steel cable bolted to it. The cable disappeared down into the dirt, pulled tight and buried deep. There were no tags or markers. No signs of erosion, no signs of recent logging. It looked old but sturdy, like it had been there a long time. Too long for no one to have mentioned it in the orientation packet or the maps. I made a note of my log, took a photo with the old service-issued digital camera, marked the GPS coordinates, and hiked back to the tower. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the metal stairs leading up to the tower. It was quick, maybe 4 or 5 steps, then nothing. I sat up in bed, frozen. My first thought was, bear. I knew they sometimes climbed stairs if they smelled food, but I always stored mine in seal bins, exactly like they taught us. The tower didn't have many places for a bear to go, and it was 30 feet in the air. I grabbed the flashlight and quietly moved to the door. I didn't open it, just listened. Nothing. No breathing. No claws scraping at the deck. Just silence. Eventually, I talked myself down. Probably just the wind loosening something. The steps were metal, and the whole tower creaked when the wind got strong. Still, I barely slept that night. The next morning, I found boot prints at the base of the stairs. Human prints. Size 11 or 12, deep in the soft dirt. Too deep. The ground was packed hard from years of sun and rain. You'd have to stomp hard to leave that kind of impression. I radioed base. Told them I thought I might have a hiker in the area who wasn't supposed to be here. The voice on the other end told me they'd checked satellite imagery and the fire maps, but that no one had permits to be out here. Not that deep in. Not that time of year. They chalked it up to an old print. maybe left by one of the rangers before I arrived. I didn't buy that. These were fresh. The tread hadn't even started to fade. That same day, I hiked out to the cable post again just to check on it. This time, I noticed something I'd missed the first time. The trees around the clearing were marked. Not carved or cut, just scratched. Long, straight lines about 7 feet off the ground. Dozens of them, almost parallel. They reminded me of tally marks, like someone had been keeping count. I started to feel like I wasn't supposed to be seeing these things. Back at the tower, I tried to sleep but kept thinking about the stairs. I moved one of the heavy supply crates in front of the door, just in case. The next morning, I woke up to find the crate had been moved 6 inches to the side. That was the turning point. I knew something was wrong. From that day on, I started noticing more signs that I wasn't alone. Branches freshly broken along the trail. Piles of small stones stacked in strange patterns, always in threes. I found a dead raccoon laid out in the middle of the path, its body unmarked, like it had been placed there carefully. No blood, no obvious injuries. I started carrying the emergency rifle with me. It was old, only issued for bear defense, but I kept it loaded and close. About a week later, the humming sound at night got louder. Still faint, but now it had a rhythm to it, like a slow pulsing. Sometimes I'd feel it in the floorboards before I heard it. A low vibration, like something moving under the ground. I considered leaving. Seriously. But the thought of hiking out 30 miles on foot didn't sit right with me either. If someone or something was messing with me, the trail would be the worst place to get caught. So I stayed, watched, waited. Then one day, the radio check-in didn't happen. It was a Thursday, 9 a.m., just like always. I flipped the switch, waited for the crackle, but nothing came through. I tried again an hour later. Still dead. By that evening, the storm rolled in. Heavy rain, thick fog, wind hard enough to make the tower sway. I could barely see the tree line. I stayed up most of the night, listening. Around 3 a.m., the tower shook hard enough to rattle the mugs on the shelf. Not from wind. Something hit the base. One sharp thud, then another, then silence. I didn't move. I just sat in the corner of the room, rifle in my lap, flashlight off. My ears straining. My breath held. Then I heard the stairs again. One step at a time. Slow. Steady. Then a pause. Then another step. They stopped just outside the door. No knocking. No shaking the handle. Just silence. I sat there until the sun came up. Never moved a muscle. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing. No footprints this time. No signs of life. But on the railing, right outside the door, was a single scrap of fabric. Dark green. Canvas. The same type of material my ranger jacket was made of. I checked the tower from top to bottom. Every bolt. Every board. Nothing was missing or broken. But I knew someone had been there. I radioed again, still dead. The weather finally cleared 2 days later. I packed my bag, locked the tower, and started hiking down. I didn't even make it 5 miles before I saw it. Another clearing, this one much smaller. In the middle, a shallow pit, freshly dug, about 4 feet deep. Inside it was an animal, a deer, not torn apart, not eaten, just laid in the hole, its eyes open and body stiff. Next to the pit was another post with a cable. This one had something attached to the end. It was a bell, a small, rusted iron bell, hung from a hook. It didn't move, but I felt sick looking at it. I didn't take pictures. I didn't write in my log. I just walked. 12 hours later, I made it to the base. The rangers there were surprised to see me. Said the storms had knocked out their equipment. They hadn't heard from me in days. I told them the truth, some of it. Left out the deeper parts. They told me Clarity Point would be retired after the season. Too remote. Too expensive to maintain. I didn't argue. I left the service a few months later. Got a desk job in Seattle. Haven't been in the woods since. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that humming. Just faintly beneath the silence. And I still wonder how that scrap of fabric from my jacket ended up on the railing. Because mine never ripped, and I never wore it outside that night. I used to work as a park ranger in Central Oregon, covering a stretch of land that included an old volcanic crater. The area was called Bell Crater, named after some forgotten geologist. It wasn't the prettiest part of the state. not the lush pines and moss-covered woods most people think of when they picture Oregon. Bell Crater was dry and scrubby, with long stretches of basalt rock, faded juniper trees, and the occasional stubborn pine clinging to the edge of cliff. It was remote, too. We had a small ranger station about 45 minutes from the nearest town. There were only 2 other rangers stationed out there with me, but we worked staggered shifts most of the time. Sometimes I'd go days without seeing another person in the field. This happened in 2017, during the middle of a wildfire season that had already stretched our resources thin. My job during the stretch was to patrol the back edge of the Bell Crater Preserve, checking for fire hazards, stray campers, or signs of poaching. Nobody was supposed to be out there without permits, but that didn't stop people. Most of the time, it was harmless, just people trying to get off-grid or find a cheap place to crash. But every now and then, I'd run into something worse. Meth labs, illegal game traps, that sort of thing. That summer had been dry as hell. No rain in weeks. Even the sagebrush seemed brittle. The heat baked everything during the day, then dropped fast at night. I had a routine for my overnight patrols. Pack my food, load my GPS, radio, a .45 sidearm for cougars mostly, and hike out to a fire watch tower that stood on the far southern rim of the crater. It was one of the oldest towers in the state, built in the 1930s. Nobody really used it anymore, but it gave a good view of the whole back end of the preserve. The tower sat on the edge of a long drop, maybe 300 feet straight down into the old crater floor. On the far side, miles away, were the old lava fields. Nobody ever really crossed that way. The terrain was too rough. Not even animals liked it. It was all black rock, cracked, and uneven like broken glass. I set out one afternoon in late July, hiking the 6 miles out to the tower. The air was still. The only sound was my boots crunching over the dry ground. I passed the old wind-blasted marker that warned people not to cross past the boundary unless authorized. It was just me and the landscape, wide open skies, low-growing shrubs, and the crater in the distance. I reached the tower around 6 p.m., just as the sun was starting to get low. The wooden steps creaked as I climbed up. Inside, the place smelled like old paper and dry rot. There were maps pinned to the wall from decades ago. A bunk, a radio hookup, and a small desk. I unpacked my gear and checked in over the radio with the station. Everything was fine. The first night was quiet. I scanned the horizon through binoculars for signs of smoke. Nothing. I made some instant coffee and ate jerky for dinner, then turned in around 11. The wind howled a little around 2 a.m., but that was normal. When I woke up, the sun was up, and everything looked the same. The second night is when things started to go wrong. It began small. Around 10 p.m., I was scanning the far edge of the lava fields with my binoculars when I saw a flicker of light, maybe a mile and a half out. I lowered the binoculars, thinking it might be a reflection, but then it flickered again, not steady like a flashlight, more like a campfire, though it was far too dim to be a full flame. I radioed it in. HQ said no authorized personnel were in that area. I was told to investigate at first light. I stayed up most of the night, just watching. The light would come and go, sometimes in one spot, sometimes another, too far to see clearly. But I got the sense that it was moving. At dawn, I packed my gear and started toward the location. I didn't take the direct route across the lava fields. Nobody did. I looped around the southern rim, trying to get a better vantage point. It took me most of the morning, but I finally reached a ridge overlooking the spot I thought the light had come from. There was nothing there. No burned wood. No footprints. No gear. Just jagged black rock and scattered patches of hard dirt. I did a slow sweep of the area, but came up empty. I figured maybe I was just seeing things, maybe a glint of metal from some old debris. I hiked back to the tower, sore and tired. It had been a long walk, and I was carrying 40 pounds of gear. I got back around 2 p.m., made some soup, and sat down to rest. That evening, just as the sun dipped again, I saw the light. This time there were 2. One sat low, near the floor of the crater, and the other was higher up on a ridge, maybe a quarter mile apart. They flickered in and out, never steady. Not like any flashlight I'd ever seen. I scanned with my binoculars again, still too far to make out. But one of them seemed to blink in a weird, slow rhythm, almost like it was signaling. I got that uneasy feeling in my gut. Not panic exactly, but something close. a tightness in my chest. I'd seen weird stuff in the field before, but this was different. Too deliberate. Too out of place. I stayed up most of the night again. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard something. It started as a low grinding sound, like rock scraping against rock. Then, maybe 10 minutes later, a sharp crack, like a branch snapping but louder. I turned off my lantern and stood in the dark, listening. Silence. Then, the sound of something tumbling, loose gravel, maybe, falling from above. I went out onto the platform and looked around with my flashlight, but saw nothing. The next morning, I called back to HQ. They said they'd send another ranger out to meet me in 2 days and help do a sweep. They told me to sit tight and keep notes. That night, the lights came back. 3 this time. 1 on the crater floor, 1 near the lava ridge, 1 off to the far right, in a place that I knew had no trails, no roads, no reason for anyone to be there. They moved, slowly, not like a vehicle, but like someone walking with a lantern. Too far for noise, but close enough now to see the pattern. Slow flickers, then a pause. Flickers again, different intervals. I pulled out my notepad and started recording the rhythm. I didn't know why. It just felt like something I should do. I drew little dots and dashes like Morse code, but it didn't match anything I recognized. I barely slept. Around 5 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not animal movement, I know the difference. This was slow, deliberate steps on rock. Just one set, not running, just moving steadily closer. I grabbed my sidearm and stood by the door. I waited, listening. My heart was pounding, but the steps never came closer. Eventually, they stopped. I looked outside, flashlight in hand. Nothing. Later that morning, I found something. Down by the base of the tower, half buried in the dirt, was a boot print. Not mine. Bigger than mine. Deep too. Someone heavier than me, or carrying more weight. Just one print. No others around. Like someone had stepped there and vanished. I stayed in the tower all day, checking every window, watching every direction. The lights didn't come that night, but I didn't sleep anyway. The next morning, Ranger Phillips showed up. He'd hiked in from the north side. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to sound crazy. But when he mentioned seeing a flicker out near the lava fields the night before, I knew it wasn't just me. We did a sweep together. We searched the area around the tower, then moved toward the lava fields. We didn't find much, but in one section, on a flat slab of rock, we found a dead crow. Its wings were torn clean off, but there was no blood. No signs of a predator. Just the bird's body, clean and dry like it had been placed there. We radioed it in. HQ sent a wildlife biologist out the next day. She looked over the bird and just frowned. Said it was unusual. That's all she said. Unusual. They pulled me off tower duty after that. Back at HQ, I tried to forget about it. I worked normal shifts again, closer to the roads and campgrounds. But I kept thinking about those lights, the way they moved, the sound of those steps in the dark. A few weeks later, I saw a new entry on the log. Someone else had spotted lights near the lava fields, flickering in the same pattern. The entry was marked unconfirmed, possibly reflections or distant hikers. I didn't say anything, but I knew better. They weren't hikers, and they weren't reflections. They were looking for something, or someone. I never went back to that tower, not even a visit. A year later, the whole area was shut down after a wildfire swept through the southern edge of the crater. They said it was caused by lightning. Maybe it was, but part of me still wonders. And I still have that notepad filled with pages of dots and flickers, a code I never cracked. Whatever was out there, I don't think it wanted to be found, but it knew we were watching. And sometimes, I think it's still watching back. My name's Matt, and I've been a park ranger for almost 8 years now. Mostly quiet stuff. Trail checks, radio calls, helping hikers who didn't plan for cold nights. That kind of thing. I've had a few weird run-ins over the years. Wildlife acting strange, people going off-grid too long, weather turning fast, but nothing that ever really shook me. Not like this one did. It happened in late September a few years back, right as the leaves were starting to change and most of the summer crowd had cleared out. It's my favorite time of year to work. Cold mornings, quiet trails, fewer people making dumb choices out there. Just the woods, the wind, and the crunch of boots on old pine needles. That week, my supervisor asked if I'd be willing to head up and inspect an old fire lookout tower in the far northeast section of our coverage area, deep in the Cascades. The tower hadn't been used in over 15 years, maybe 20, but they wanted someone to check it out. Budget talks were coming up, and there was a chance they'd either refurbish or tear it down. I volunteered without hesitation. It was supposed to be a 3-day assignment. Hike in, stay one night, inspect the structure, log everything, then hike back out. I'd never been to that section before. The trail leading up to the tower had been closed to the public for years, so it wasn't marked on the standard park maps anymore. I had to dig out some old topographical maps from a file drawer and cross-reference them with GPS coordinates just to find the route. According to the notes, the trail was about 10 miles in, all uphill, rough terrain, no switchbacks. The kind of hike that makes your calves scream and your shoulders ache from pack weight. I didn't mind. Honestly, I was looking forward to getting away from the radio for a few days. The morning I set out, I left my truck locked at a service gate, slung my pack over my shoulders, and started up the overgrown path. I carried enough food for 3 days, water, purification tablets, a sleeping bag, a solar charger for the radio, my notepad, a first aid kit, and my Glock, standard issue for backcountry assignments. You never know what you'll run into out there. The first few miles were quiet. Nothing but the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional rustle of some animal deeper in the brush. The trail was overgrown, but still visible if you looked carefully, more like a faint scar in the undergrowth than proper trail. About halfway up, I found what was left of an old wooden sign, mostly rotted away. The letters were unreadable, but it confirmed I was on the right path. I kept moving, pausing only to eat an energy bar and drink water. By the time I reached the tower, it was past 3 p.m. The sun was already dipping low, casting long shadows across the ridge. The tower stood at the edge of a bluff, half swallowed by trees that had grown tall and wild in the years since it was last used. It was a narrow wooden structure, maybe 40 feet tall, with a rusted metal stairway spiraling up around the outside. The base was surrounded by a fence that had mostly collapsed. The structure itself looked intact from a distance, but as I got closer, I saw missing boards, signs of weather rot, and a few long claw marks along one of the support beams, likely from a black bear or mountain lion. I set up camp a short distance from the tower in a small clearing, made a quick meal of canned beans and jerky, then climbed the tower to get a look from the top. The steps creaked under my weight, some of them so brittle I had to test each one before stepping up. When I reached the top, I opened the trapdoor and pulled myself into the small cabin. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old wood and mouse droppings. There was a small table, a broken chair, and the rusted remains of an old radio. But the view was incredible. You could see for miles in every direction, dense forest, rugged ridges, a silver thread of a river down in the valley. The sky was clear. I took out my notebook and started sketching the layout of the tower, noting the condition of the supports, the stairwell, and the cabin above. I spent about an hour taking notes and measurements, then climbed back down to the clearing, radioed in my position, and turned in early. That night, I woke up sometime after midnight. The air had gone dead still. No wind, no insects, no rustling. Just silence so thick it rang in my ears. I sat up and unzipped the tent, listening. The woods fell off, like they were holding their breath. I turned on my headlamp and scanned the trees, but nothing moved. No eyes reflecting back. No shapes darting through the brush. Still, I kept my Glock close and didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I went back up the tower to finish logging the condition of the roof and upper structure. That's when I noticed something strange. There were fresh scratches in the floorboards inside the cabin. Not animal claw marks. These were long, shallow scrapes, like something heavy had been dragged across the wood. Dust had been disturbed. A path of clean would cut straight across the floor from one window to the opposite wall, as if something or someone had walked through during the night. But there were no footprints, just those long, sliding marks. I checked the trapdoor, still latched from the inside. I told myself maybe I had missed it the night before. Maybe it was already there, and I just hadn't noticed. Maybe a raccoon or a porcupine had squeezed in somehow and dragged something across the floor. But it didn't sit right. I stepped back out and rechecked the perimeter. No tracks in the dirt below. No sign of animals. Still dead quiet. I considered cutting the trip short, but figured I was probably overreacting. The place was old, and I was tired. I spent the rest of the day logging everything I could. By late afternoon, I finished my notes and went to check one last thing, a rusted access panel beneath the base of the tower. It used to house a battery pack and weather instruments back when the tower had power. I crouched down and pulled open the hatch. Inside was a small, rusted metal box covered in dirt and cobwebs. And next to it, wrapped in an old tarp, was a second box, newer looking, plastic and sealed with duct tape. I pulled it out and set on the ground. It wasn't park issue. It had no markings, just a heavy, sealed container, the kind used for food storage or tools. I peeled the tape away slowly. Inside were two things, a worn-out Polaroid camera and a stack of photographs bound with a rubber band. All the pictures had been taken from inside the tower. You could tell by the angle and window frame. Each one showed the same scene. The forest below, from different days, different weather. Clouds, fog, snow. But in almost every single photo, if you looked closely, there was a small figure standing in the woods. Always in the same spot, about 100 yards from the tower, near the tree line. Barely visible, sometimes hidden behind branches, but always there. Same distance, same posture, facing the tower. Some photos were taken in full daylight, others at dusk. A few were pitch black, flash reflecting off fog or falling snow. And in those, the figure looked closer. Not clearly, not enough to see a face or clothes, but the shape was more defined. Still, watching, I flipped through them twice. My hands started to shake. My stomach turned cold. I looked up, scanning the woods near the tree line. Nothing. I walked back to camp, packed up my gear, and radioed in again. No answer this time. Probably interference from a ridge. I tried twice more, then gave up. I didn't want to spend another night there. I knew I could hike out in one long day if I pushed hard. I threw the photos in my pack. Part of the structure now, I figured, and started down the trail without eating. The first few miles were fine. I moved quick, eyes scanning the woods constantly. Still dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels, not even wind. It was like the forest was holding something in. Then about 2 miles in, I heard footsteps. Not mine. Off to my left, just out of view. I stopped. The sound stopped. I waited. Nothing. I started walking again. The sound came back. Soft. Measured. Like someone was pacing me through the trees. I stopped a second time and dropped to a crouch, scanning the undergrowth. The footsteps stopped again. I waited 5 minutes, barely breathing. Then I stood and moved faster. The rest of the descent was like that. Hours of being followed by something I couldn't see. I never caught a glimpse. Never heard breathing or breaking branches. Just that steady crunch of pine needles and twigs, mirroring my pace. I didn't stop for water. Didn't stop for anything. I made the 10 miles in record time, my knees burning, mouth dry, pack bouncing. When I reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys and threw everything in the back. I looked up the trail one last time. Still nothing, but the silence followed me all the way home. I turned to my notes, reported the condition of the tower, handed over the camera and photos. My supervisor barely looked at them, just tossed them in a file box and said thanks. I told him about the sounds, the feeling of being followed. He shrugged and said it was probably a bear, maybe a bobcat. I knew it wasn't. I went back through those photos later when no one was around. Counted them carefully. 72 in total. 71 had the figure in the woods. The last one was different. It was taken from inside the cabin, facing the trapdoor. Looking down, and in the bottom corner of that photo, half hidden in shadow, you could just make I've been a park ranger for 11 years now. I don't work for attention, and I'm not interested in drama or making something sound bigger than it was. My job's mostly quiet, long shifts, lots of solitude, some paperwork, lots of walking, and the occasional emergency. I like it that way. That's part of why I took the post up in the northern part of Washington state, close to the Canadian border. It's rugged country, beautiful but harsh, and doesn't attract as many visitors as the more popular parks. That means fewer campers, fewer accidents, and fewer idiots doing dumb things in the woods. It also means more isolation, and that's something I thought I could handle. I was wrong. Back in late August of 2018, I was assigned to staff a remote fire lookout tower for the end of fire season. The guy who had it before me had apparently asked for reassignment. I didn't think much of it at the time. People burn out. Fire lookouts are lonely posts, 10 to 14-day rotations, usually. You're dropped off by a department truck if there's a road, or a helicopter if there isn't. You bring your supplies for the stretch, food, water, gear, and you're supposed to keep logs, watch for smoke, check the weather, and radio in if you see anything unusual. It's basic, nothing glamorous. No one bugs you. The tower I got assigned to sat near the top of a ridge in the Kettle River Range. It wasn't technically abandoned, but it had a reputation for being outdated. It was a 1960s wooden steel frame, about 40 feet tall, set back from the nearest dirt road by about 7 miles of rugged trail. No cell service. You had to use a two-way radio to stay in touch with the ranger station, which was about 30 miles southwest. I packed for 12 days. Mostly freeze-dried food, a small camp stove, extra batteries, first aid, weather gear, 2 big jugs of water, notebooks, and a small solar charger for my headlamp and emergency beacon. I brought a rifle too, just in case of cougars or bears. The truck dropped me off at the trailhead just after noon. The air was already turning cold for August, and I remember the quiet hitting me almost immediately. You don't realize how much background noise your brain is used to until it's gone. It took about 4 hours to hike in. The trail was thin and overgrown in places. There were signs of erosion on the slopes. Fallen trees blocked the path in a few areas. I made it to the tower before sunset. The structure looked rough, weather-beaten. Some of the stairs were soft with rot, and I had to take my time climbing up. At the top, the inside was dusty but intact. 1 cot, 1 small desk with a map and weather instruments, a stove that probably hadn't been lit in a decade, and the radio set in the corner. No power except for what I brought. No insulation. Just glass windows on all sides with wraparound shutters I could close at night. The last ranger had left behind a few cans of food, some matches, and a folder with hand-drawn notes on the terrain and weather patterns. I skimmed them briefly and unpacked. The first couple of days were uneventful. The radio checked out fine, the mornings were clear, and the nights were cold but manageable. I woke around 6 a.m., logged the visibility readings, temperature, wind direction, cloud formations. I scanned the horizon for smoke. Nothing. Just endless pine ridges, valleys, and the blue sky above them. I read, stretched, took notes, and walked a short loop around the base each day, mostly to check for animal signs or structural damage. It was quiet, peaceful even. On day 3, I noticed something odd on the northern horizon, a dark, flat area where the trees didn't look right. It was about 6 or 7 miles out. At that distance, it's hard to make out detail even with binoculars, but it almost looked like the forest had been flattened in a straight line. I logged it and radioed in. The station replied that it could have been wind throw or an old fire scar. They told me to keep an eye on it, but not to worry. That night, I couldn't sleep. There wasn't any noise, just the wind, but I had this weird sense like something was watching the tower. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. Happens all the time, especially when you go from city life to wilderness. Still, I pulled the shutters closed early and double-checked the rifle. I slept light. The next day, the temperature dropped fast. A cold front moved in, and the wind picked up. I stayed mostly inside the tower, watching the barometer fall and the clouds thicken. Around 3 p.m., I caught movement in the same area I'd noticed before. Through binoculars, I spotted a dark figure moving slowly along the ridge near that flat zone. It wasn't a bear. Too upright. Too deliberate. No bright clothing like a hiker or surveyor. Just a single person walking along a treeless strip of land in the middle of nowhere. I tried calling it in, but the radio was dead. I unplugged and replugged everything, checked the wires, even banged the side of the unit. Nothing. I had backup batteries and tried swapping those in. Still nothing. That night, the wind slammed the shutters so hard I thought they'd tear off. I lay on a cot, rifle on my side, heart pounding at every sound. At some point, I thought I heard footsteps on the metal stairs outside. Not fast or panicked, just a slow, steady step up the tower. I got up, crouched next to the window, and listened. The wind covered everything. I waited for almost an hour. No knock, no movement, no nothing. I didn't sleep that night. By day 6, I was starting to unravel a bit. The isolation was getting under my skin. I forced myself to eat, boiled water for coffee, and did jumping jacks to keep warm. The cold was brutal. That afternoon, I saw the figure again, this time closer. Maybe 3 miles out. Same direction. Still alone. Just standing near a small rise, looking toward the tower. The forest around them looked wrong, like it had been cleared out in a perfect rectangle. All the same size stumps, all gray and clean. That's not natural. Fire, beetles, wind. None of those clear trees like that. I tried the radio again. Dead. I started writing a detailed log, just in case something happened. I marked the figure's position on the map and noted the time and weather conditions. I considered hiking out, but it was already late afternoon and the trail was rough. No way I'd make it before nightfall. I didn't want to spend the night exposed on the trail with whatever was out there. That night, the footsteps came again. This time I was sure of it. About an hour after I closed the shutters, I heard the distinct metallic creak of the bottom stair. Then another. Then another. They paused halfway. I chambered around in the rifle and sat perfectly still, heart racing. No flashlight. No noise. I waited. Nothing happened. After another long hour, the wind picked up and I heard the stairs groan again, this time as if someone was going down. I didn't sleep. I sat with the rifle on my lap until dawn. The next morning, I hiked down the tower with stiff legs and scanned the ground. No tracks. The dirt was dry and covered in pine needles. But I found something about 20 feet from the base of the stairs, an old canteen. Military style. Rusted. Looked like it had been there for years, but there were no signs of weather damage. No moss. The strap was looped around a branch, like someone had hung it there. I took it back up and checked it out. No markings. Empty. I set it aside and tried the radio again. Nothing. That afternoon, clouds rolled in fast. Heavy and dark. By evening, the rain started. Thunder. Sheets of water slammed the windows. I closed all the shutters but one to keep watch. Around midnight, during a lull, I saw a light moving through the forest in the same area as the figure. Not a flashlight, not a campfire, just a white, pulsing light, low to the ground, moving steadily across the trees in a straight line. Then it disappeared. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I made the decision to hike out early. My rotation still had 4 days left, but I had a bad feeling. I packed up everything, filled both water jugs, left a detailed log in the desk, and started down the trail by 7 a.m. The air felt heavy. The forest was dead silent. Even the birds weren't singing. I made good time at first, but about 3 miles in, I found something that stopped me cold. In the middle of the trail, someone had built a stack of rocks, 7 stones high, perfectly balanced. Fresh, moss scraped off, and on top, the canteen I'd left in the tower. My stomach dropped. I scanned the woods. Nothing moved. No wind. No sound. I picked up the canteen. It was warm. I didn't wait. I broke into a jog, rifle out, eyes scanning the trail ahead. I didn't stop again until I reached the dirt road where the truck had dropped me off. No one was there, obviously. I had no signal. I waited until dark, built a small fire, and sat with my back against a tree, rifle in my lap, ears straining. I thought I heard someone in the woods once or twice, but it could have been wind. I didn't sleep. At sunrise, I started hiking down the road, 10 miles to the ranger station. I walked fast. Around mid-morning, I heard the hum of a truck. It was one of our department rigs. I flagged them down, got in, and didn't say much. Just that the radio was dead and my rotation ended early. They drove me back. I filed a basic report. I was stationed in Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington near the southern flanks of Mount St. Helens. Not far from the more popular camping areas or the Ape Caves, but a bit off to the east, there's a lesser-known access road that leads to an old abandoned quarry. It's not marked on most visitor maps. It used to be operated in the 1970s, but was shut down after some funding disputes and minor landslide issues. The forest slowly reclaimed most of it, but the flat base of the quarry pit still remained. Open, gravelly, wide, and weirdly quiet. When I first took the ranger position up there, one of the senior guys gave me a warning. He didn't say it in a dramatic way, just offhand during lunch. He told me if I ever found tire tracks leading down toward the quarry, I should radio it in and not go down right away. At the time, I thought he was just being careful about the risk of injury or people trespassing and trying to mess around with abandoned gear. For the first 6 months on the job, I didn't see much action around the quarry. No one seemed to go out that way. The access road was partly overgrown and had a rusted gate on it that only rangers had keys to. A few deer paths crisscrossed the forest nearby, and then I saw signs of black bear scat or elk herds, but that was typical. Then one afternoon in mid-October, just as the air started turning crisp and the first leaf piles began to build up in the ditches, I noticed something different during a routine patrol. I was driving the Forest Service truck up the ridge when I noticed the gate to the quarry road was unlocked. That gate was supposed to stay locked unless we were doing maintenance checks. At first I figured maybe one of the other rangers forgot to lock it again, but the thing was, I'd just spoken to everyone on shift that morning. No one mentioned any plans to check the quarry area. That alone wasn't strange enough to cause alarm. But as a ranger, you get used to checking everything out, even if it's probably nothing. So I parked, got out of the truck, and started walking the half-mile down to the quarry. The trees on either side of the road were dense. Tall evergreens with dry brown undergrowth and branches just low enough to brush your shoulders. The gravel was soft underfoot, which meant I could clearly see a fresh set of tire tracks ahead of me. They weren't forestry trucks either. They were too narrow, probably a Jeep or a light pickup. Not just that, but the tracks weren't from the night before. They were fresh. I looked closer and saw sharp edges in the tire pattern, not yet dulled by wind or falling needles. Whatever vehicle came in, it had come in maybe an hour or two before I got there. As I continued down, I kept checking for any sign of hikers, campers, maybe teenagers messing around. But I didn't hear anything. No music, no voices, not even the usual sound of animals running off when they hear boots. Just wind and tree creaks. When I reached the end of the road and stepped into the open pit of the old quarry, I immediately noticed how cold it felt. That pit always ran a little cooler because of the shade and rock walls, but this felt different, like walking into a cave. And right in the center of the clearing was the vehicle, a dark green 4Runner, older model, with out-of-state plates, Montana. The driver's door was wide open. There was no one inside. I stood still for a while, listened, looked around. There was no movement, no rustle of gear, no talking, not even bird song. I checked around the vehicle. No sign of a struggle, no blood, no broken glass. There were muddy boot prints leading away from the driver's side toward the edge of the quarry where some of the exposed rock faces jutted out. Looked like the person might have gone walking on foot. I made a note of the plate number and radioed in the vehicle description. There was a bit of static before the signal cleared up enough to confirm. The dispatcher told me there weren't any missing persons reported in this area, but she'd flag the plates and get back to me if anything turned up. I followed the boot prints along the edge of the quarry. The terrain got rough quickly. Chunks of broken rock, old erosion marks, even some faded orange flags tied to metal rods from back when geologists had done surveys. The prints went in about 20 feet and stopped. Just stopped. There wasn't another print anywhere ahead. I looked for drag marks, scuffs, anything. Nothing. At first, I thought maybe they turned around, but I retraced my steps and didn't find a return path. The prints just vanished. I was about to head back and wait near the truck in case someone returned when I caught sight of something higher up along the quarry wall. About 40 feet up, wedged between two slabs of rock, was what looked like a tarp, blue, torn in spots, fluttering slightly in the wind. That caught my attention because the quarry walls were steep and slippery. If someone tried to climb up there and fell, they could be badly hurt. I scanned for a path up. There wasn't a real trail, just loose rock and a few handholds. But I'd climbed worse before. I took my time, keeping my footing and watching for unstable ground. When I reached the shelf where the tarp was stuck, I saw it was wrapped around something. I pulled it away carefully, and that's when the smell hit me. rotting meat thick and sour. Under the tarp was a dead deer. Its body was bloated, flies buzzing everywhere. The torso was intact, but the legs had been cut off clean. I don't mean chewed or broken. I mean sliced. Straight cuts. No bite marks. What got me wasn't just the carcass. It was that it had been covered. Someone had put the tarp over it deliberately and wedged it up here. I climbed back down, more alert now. I made my way back toward the forerunner. The forest felt heavier than usual, like the trees were leaning in just a bit. I'm not saying I saw anything supernatural. This was just the part of the job where you learn to listen to your instincts. And mine were screaming that I wasn't alone. When I reached the truck again, something had changed. The driver's door was now closed. I stopped, looked around, scanned the tree line. My heart started pounding. There were no fresh tracks, no sound, nothing, but I hadn't closed that door. I was sure of it. I did a full circle around the clearing, checking every angle. No movement, no footprints. The forest swallowed everything. I made the call to request backup. The signal kept cutting out. Static, half-sent messages. I finally got part of the message through and said I'd stay until another unit arrived. I locked my own truck and climbed into the cab to wait. Every couple minutes I scanned the tree line, looking for movement, signs of anyone coming back. It took nearly 40 minutes for the second ranger unit to arrive. Two guys I'd worked with before, both experienced. I filled them in, showed them the tracks, the rock shelf, the deer carcass. Then we all checked the forerunner again. One of them popped the hood and found it still warm. It hadn't been parked long before I arrived. Inside, there was a backpack on the passenger seat with a wallet, phone, and snacks. Nothing else stood out. The phone had no signal. One of the rangers bagged it to check later. We searched the surrounding forest for hours. No blood trails, no more footprints, no personal items. We combed over 5 square miles by nightfall. Eventually, we had to tow the vehicle and file an official report. No one ever came back for the truck. The plates didn't turn up anything criminal. The owner was listed as a guy from Billings, Montana. No missing persons report ever got filed. 3 weeks later, hunters in the area found 2 more deer, both killed in the same way. Legs cut off, clean slices, torsos untouched. One of them had its antlers removed too, but not broken. They'd been sawed clean. That same week, a camper reported hearing mechanical sounds at night, like power tools echoing through the trees, but couldn't pinpoint the direction. We never got answers. The higher-ups closed off the quarry road completely after that. Not just locked, buried it under a berm of dirt and dropped a few trees over the path. Made it disappear from official routes. To this day, every time I patrol that stretch of forest, I think about those boot prints that just stopped, about the door that closed on its own. And most of all, I think about how whoever was out there brought something up into those woods. Not just gear or food, but something they didn't want found. And they were careful. They made sure nothing could follow. Except me. Because I still hear things in that part of the forest sometimes. Not voices. Not ghosts. Just quiet, precise sounds. Like someone sharpening a blade. I've worked as a park ranger in Colorado for over a decade now. Most of the time, the job is calm. Some paperwork, trail maintenance, wildlife checks, and the occasional rescue call when a hiker gets too confident. But the fall of 2021 brought something different, something I still think about more often than I'd like. It happened up near Sand Creek Ridge, east of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. That area doesn't get much traffic, which is part of why I liked it. The trails are quiet, the wildlife stays healthy, and it feels untouched, almost like stepping back in time. That year, there had been an especially dry summer, and the forests were tinder dry going into October. So fire risk was high, and we'd been running extra patrols. One Thursday morning, I was assigned to check on some old trail markers and clear a few deadfall trees along the Black Spur Trail, which loops around a lesser-known part of the ridge. It wasn't on any popular hiking maps, and the last recorded use of that trail was a solo backpacker 2 months prior. He checked out fine, so I didn't expect any surprises. I parked my truck at the bottom of the access road just after sunrise. It was cold enough that frost still covered the pine needles along the edges of the trailhead. I strapped my gear, double-checked my GPS, and headed up. It was quiet, just the way I like it. The first few hours went smooth. I cleared 3 small trees that had fallen across the trail, checked the condition of the switchbacks, and noted the usual signs of elk movement. No bear scat, no mountain lion tracks. I remember stopping for a granola bar around 10 a.m., sitting on a rock just past mile marker 3. The sun had come up strong, and I peeled off my jacket. That's when I first noticed something strange. About 200 yards uphill, off the side of the trail, I saw what looked like a small man-made structure. It looked like a stack of lumber or maybe an old hunting blind. I didn't recall anything being marked in that area. We have records of every structure, legal or otherwise, up and down this ridge. I figure it was either something new or just something nobody had documented in years. I hiked off trail toward it. The slope was steep and the pine needles were slick. As I got closer, I could see it wasn't a structure after all. It was a pile of logs deliberately stacked but rotting. The wood looked old, older than any hunting blind would be. Each log was about the same length, stripped of bark, with rough ends like they'd been hand-cut decades ago. The pile was too neat for storm debris. I crouched and poked around, expecting to find a tag or carving, maybe initials or dates, but there was nothing. There was a weird quietness around that spot. The birds that had been chattering earlier were gone, and even the wind had calmed. I stood up and scanned the forest around me. Nothing moved. No squirrels, no rustling branches, just silence. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that silence usually means one of two things. Either a predator is nearby or something has disturbed the natural rhythm. Either way, I didn't like it. I marked the location on my GPS and made a mental note to report later. Maybe it was part of an old cabin or logging site no one bothered to document. Still, it gave me a weird feeling in my gut. I headed back to the trail and kept hiking. The ridge looped around another 2 miles before cutting back toward the trailhead. I wanted to make it to the overlook by noon, then head back. That was the plan. But about a mile later, I noticed the trail started to narrow. That wasn't unusual in the backcountry, especially on trails that hadn't seen much maintenance. What was unusual was that the trail looked wrong. I don't mean it was overgrown. I mean it curved in a direction I didn't remember. I pulled out my map and double-checked my GPS. Both showed the trail arcing east, then gradually looping south. But what I saw was a sharp turn north, climbing toward a rock outcrop I didn't recognize. I stopped and tried to recalibrate. Maybe I'd gone off trail without realizing. I checked for my last marker flag. Nothing. No blazes on trees. No cairns. No footprint evidence. I backtracked about 30 feet. Still nothing. Just forest. I stood still and looked around slowly. That's when I realized how easy it was to get turned around here. The pines were dense, the ground was uneven, and visibility dropped fast once you left the ridge spine. I've seen people get lost just 50 yards off a trail, convinced they were still on track. Still, I've been following what I thought was the trail, and it had been worn enough to walk on without bushwhacking. So if it wasn't the real trail, then what was it? That question stayed with me as I pushed forward. The false trail, or whatever it was, climbed steadily for the next half mile. It weaved through a narrow ravine lined with scrub oak and deadfall. At the top, it opened into a small clearing. That's where I found the tent. It was collapsed and partially buried under leaves and needles. The nylon had faded to a dull gray, and the poles were broken in half. I stepped closer and saw that it hadn't been moved in a long time. One side was torn, probably by animals. A rusted zipper hung loosely from one flap. Inside, I found the remains of a foam pad and part of an old sleeping bag. So faded it was almost white. No gear, no backpack, no boots. Just the skeleton of a forgotten campsite. I looked around the clearing. There was no fire ring, no food wrappers, no water bottles. Whoever camped here left almost nothing behind, or had it all taken. But why camp so far off the real trail? That's when I saw the tree carvings. About 10 feet away from the tent, on the trunk of a large pine, someone had carved a series of short vertical lines. Dozens of them, maybe more. Some are overlapping, some clean, some weathered smooth. It looked like tally marks. I counted at least 80. The bark was darkened in spots. Some of the lower carvings had been dug deeper than the rest. It didn't feel like art or a camp project. It felt like desperation. I stepped back and took another look around. No wildlife. No wind. Same silence as before. I backed away from the tent and left the clearing. I didn't feel right standing there. I tried to retrace my steps, but immediately realized the path I'd followed and wasn't clear anymore. The false trail had blended into the surrounding forest, and now every direction looked the same. I kept calm. I knew I had my GPS, my compass, and plenty of daylight. I could get back to the real trail without issue. I started walking south, following the elevation line on my GPS, trying to intersect with the original route I'd hiked in. But after 15 minutes, nothing looked familiar. I was descending too fast, and the terrain was rockier than before. I stopped again and tried to load the waypoint I'd saved near the log pile earlier, but my GPS wouldn't lock in. The screen flashed, then froze. I powered it off and on again. Still nothing. It was around 1:45 p.m. when I decided to climb to higher ground for signal. I figured I'd get my bearings, maybe check in with dispatch. The climb was rough, loose soil, dense brush, but after 20 minutes, I reached a rocky knoll overlooking part of the ridge. The view helped. I saw the direction I needed to go, southwest. The trailhead was just beyond a line of granite domes. If I kept a straight heading, I'd intercept the access road before sunset. I hiked fast. I didn't take breaks. I didn't stop to look around. I just wanted to get back to the truck. But as I pushed through the last stretch of forest before the domes, I stumbled into something I wasn't ready for. Another tent. This one wasn't collapsed. It was upright. A faded green two-person dome tent with a rainfly still attached. It looked like it had been there a long time, but it was intact. I stopped cold. I scanned the ground. There were boot prints in the dirt, old but clear. The tent zipper was halfway down. A rolled-up foam pad stuck out from the entrance. I didn't want to approach, but protocol said I had to. I stepped forward slowly, trying not to disturb anything. The air felt stale, like the tent had trapped heat all day and was exhaling it back. Inside was a sleeping bag, unzipped and spread out like someone had just crawled out. Next to it was a rusted mess kit, a notebook with a torn cover, and a cracked pair of sunglasses. No name tags, no ID. The notebook was water damaged, the ink smeared to the point of uselessness. I flipped through a few pages and found one sentence that was still legible. Asterisk, don't follow the trail again. Asterisk, that's all it said. I dropped the notebook and stood up. My stomach was in knots. I didn't know what I had stumbled into, but it wasn't an accident. People had been here. Not just one. More than one at different times. And they had all camped in the same area. Off-trail, hidden, and silent. I marked the second tent on my map and left quickly. I didn't want to find another one. It took another hour of fast hiking before I finally found a familiar marker. A real one. Bright orange. Nailed to a tree near the switchbacks I'd cleared that morning. I've never felt more relieved in my life. By the time I got back to my truck, the sun was setting. I sat in the cab with the engine running, hands still shaking, trying to process what I'd seen. Back at the station, I filed a full report. Gave the GPS coordinates, included photos, even sketched out the carvings on the tree. I asked around about any missing persons in that area, but there were none.